Hello and welcome everyone to day 2 of the 2022 Proving Ground Circuit qualifiers, where the Nameless randoms are poised to continue battling for a spot in Proving Grounds. My name is Lindor, I am here with Brankles today, and we have some very exciting Proving Grounds action today. Brankles, headed into today, Nameless are 1-1. Remember, they do need to get 3 wins to qualify for the tournament, so we have some very intense battles on the Rift here today. I hope you're ready for some action.
Lindor, I'm very excited, but big thing that people need to remember with this 1-1 squad for Nameless is that they got that first win. You know, when you come into a week where you're like, or a match where you're like, oh man, we're 0-2, this is going to be a uphill battle. At least they got that first one down. And I know in that first game, it's like, oh, did we throw it? Did we have some struggles throughout that match? You got those nerves out. You got the first day out. Now this is day 2. Try to perfect your craft and get out there and try to win some games.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Bouncing back from that first game 1 was definitely huge for the squad. And we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I remember Orion saying they had that first game, right? That was a very, very winnable match. And there's 2 ways for them to look at that. They can look at that and go, we threw, that sucks. Or they can look at it and go, hey, We had that game. We could make a couple little tweaks, shore up a couple mistakes, and go into this day two with confidence because they got that first win in their second game, and they were very, very close to one in the first game as well. So they've definitely shown that they can compete at this level. And so headed into day two, yes, they need to win 2 out of 3 games, but I think this team should be feeling relatively confident heading in here.
And Lindor, when you talk about confidence, one thing that I've been hearing about with this nameless randoms is that despite the struggles in that first one, you feel like, oh, do we throw it? And despite in game two, where it's kind of a coin flip, I've been hearing a lot about the mid laner with detention. I've been hearing that consistent plays makes really, smart decisions and gets the team set up. I'm really looking forward to see how he takes day two, because a lot of times people go, oh, we see what you've done, let's try to game plan. I want to see if he's got any tricks up his sleeve, though.
Absolutely has been a very, very strong member for Nameless throughout this tournament, and especially in such a big location, a big spot, such a big tournament here for the team. A lot of pressure on these players' shoulders, and to show up at times like that, it is absolutely huge. So good on detention. I too am excited to see what he'll whip out here today if he's got something special for us planned. We are going to be jumping into game one here just shortly. We're just waiting for a couple ready checks as the players are getting into lobby. But we do have the matchup for you here today. It is Nameless versus Team Ambition. So the randoms taking on Ambition. This is going to be Team Ambition on blue side for the first game today. Randoms, or sorry, scratch that. It is Nameless. I'm completely wrong here, guys. I'm so sorry. Team Ambition is on the blue side, so Nameless will be on the red side for the third time in this tournament.
And Lunder, let's take a look at those starting lineups on Team Ambition. You've got Decoy in the top lane. You got Anticipation in the jungle. You have Nemesis 9 in the mid lane. You have Nightstar as ADC, and support is Crookies. But also on Nameless randoms, you have top lane with Dopamine Tracker. Jungle is Luckman. Mid is Detention. ADC is Sajid, and support is Z-Score. When you look at the lineups and everything, yeah, a lot of times it's like, oh, it's just nameplates. You don't necessarily know how they're going to play. I wonder if any of these players have faced each other in the past and they just got that feeling like, oh, maybe I can do this time, or oh, we can game plan it. It's very exciting, especially when you start to get on this level of when you get on this level of league.
Absolutely. We know that this team for Nameless have some players that have been together for a little while, so they definitely have experience within their squads. But you're right. Sort of scrim practice against this team could be something that could be huge for both sides, being a little bit more familiar with your opponents, knowing their tendencies, knowing their habits, both good and bad, and knowing the way that they want to play the game. Like we say, we're not exactly sure if these guys do have a ton of history together, but as we do get on the Rift, we'll have to see how they're going to be coming out for this one. Both these teams, by the way, everyone, if you're just joining us today for the second day, are at 1-1. How this tournament works is there's 32 teams that are in the qualifying bracket. Only 16 will be continuing to Proving Grounds itself. So half of the teams here will not be continuing any further with us. Every team gets to play 5 games throughout yesterday and today. 3 wins secures you a spot in that top 16 and a berth in Proving Ground. So sitting at 1-1, this first game of the day is a huge momentum gainer for both of these squads.
I'm very excited, Lindor. And it looks like we just started the draft process as
There we go.
Zoe Band. That's a Zoe Band to start off. Maybe they don't want to give detention that control mage, especially in the mid lane where you're just going to have the sleepy time trouble bubble going through. So I think they're going to try to ban out detention here in this draft.
Yeah, Zoe definitely a pocket pick that Detention has played quite a bit of, even already in this season, so I think that's a smart ban there. Lux also taken away, as Nameless put that one on the ban table. Team Ambition have had that one go into the bot lane fairly frequently for themselves, so I think that one's a smart ban there as well. Something to look out for as we head further into this draft for Team Ambition is the Syndra Flex pick. It's something that we've seen them play in the mid lane and in the bot lane in this tournament already, and so I'm curious to see whether Nameless will maybe ban that one out to try and stop some of that flexibility in draft, or if they're comfortable just letting it through and seeing what Team Ambition want to do with that pick.
Well, Linder, for myself, I play a lot of support, and that's a champ that I do not want to see in the bot lane when you're going up against it, because normally you're like, oh, I can mitigate for damage, I can mitigate for CC. Syndra's got a lot of tools in her bag that she can just lay out there, and it's very difficult to play around that. And so when you see that Syndra, now you're thinking, well, like you said, is it going to be flexed into the mid lane? Is it going to be flexed into the bot lane? It's very difficult to start to game plan for that, and then you might accidentally, draft yourself into a unfavorable position because the other team's like, all right, we got you on our crosshairs now.
Looks like Team Ambition might be showing their hand early on here, though, Brankles. Caitlyn on the table. Caitlyn, Jinx, both have been very, very high in priority for this tournament, and with no AD carry bans hitting the table here in this one, we are going to see that early Caitlyn locked in. Heading over onto Nameless's side here, we've seen them pick Jinx Hecarim in this spot 2 times already in both of their games. We'll see if they want to continue running it back with that composition, or maybe they've switched it up here a little bit for day 2.
Well, you know what, Lindor, they went with the Jinx.
There it is. See what they want to pair that one up with. Lots of support bans coming through here in this game, so there's not as many safety options for this Jinx. Karma banned away, Lux, Seraphine, Lulu, all some of these supportive shieldy healy champions that can provide some peel for the Jinx, so that won't be an option. Namely, though, Thresh is still alive and ready to go. Some other support options that can provide some safety too. It looks like they are going to be looking to lock in a jungler, though. Jarvan, going to be the first Jarvan for Nameless here in this tournament.
I think that's a great pickup right there because Caitlyn doesn't necessarily have all that momentum or in terms of movement speed and also getting out of fights. Yes, she has her, caliber net that she can use to get out of those fights, but that's a long cooldown. And if J4 can get on top of her, that's going to be really dangerous. But I wouldn't be surprised. I would like to see Nameless, if you're going to go with a support, go with someone that's got some beef and go with some tank. Braum might be good because then you can be able to mitigate and be able to block some of that damage from Caitlyn. As we see, Olaf has been picked for Team Ambition. So we got ourselves some melee matchups right now in the jungle.
Yeah, something that we are probably expecting here from Team Ambition is going to be a pretty skirmish-heavy early game. Their jungler likes to play things like the Xin Zhao, like the Olaf, and get involved in some early game fighting, so not surprised at all to see that pick come over here. Can fare actually incredibly well into the Jarvan as well in terms of skirmishing power. Olaf should just always win that matchup. They are locking the Morgana in here as well, so a power bot lane in the Morgana Caitlyn for Team Ambition as well.
And that's going to be a problem. If you get stuck on a Yordle trap by Caitlyn, get locked down by Morgana, that's a long time to be stunned, to be locked down, and that could easily be picked up by Olaf coming down in the bot lane as we got the Leona. So we got ourselves a tank.
Oh. Interesting pickup there into the Morgana. Something that you don't necessarily see as some of these hard engaged CC champs into the Morgana. Obviously, the Black Shield can mitigate a lot of the engaged potential there. So perhaps this matchup here for Nameless isn't necessarily to play aggressive in lane. Might be more just looking for that engage for a dive buddy for the Jarvan and more for the team fighting style here for them.
Yeah, because the only thing I can see right now with the Leona, especially if you use the Zenith Blade going in, are you hoping to maybe knock out the Black Shield and then have Jinx set up with her traps behind? Possibly. But like you said, there maybe not be a lane where they're aggressive and they're going in all the time. Maybe this is going to be more for the team fights where, Leona can get to that back line and lock them down, and then J4 can come in with a Cataclysm. Maybe that's what they're going for. So maybe more of a late game setup before Nameless rather than early game.
Yeah, I think that could definitely be the look for them. It's something that we've seen them look for in almost every game this tournament, right? Piloting the Jinx in all 2 games, definitely looking more for that team fighting style. Some mid lane bans are hitting the table here as we enter the second ban phase. Orianna, Sylas, and Set, all mid lane champions. Set, of course, can be flexed into the top, but Team Ambition's mid laner Nemesis absolutely loves this pick. So that's going to be a mid lane targeted ban, and Detention's Orianna not going to be available for this game. I think that's a very smart ban, can combo incredibly well with some of these divers in the Jarvan and the Leona, and we saw Detention find a lot of success on that one later, or earlier on in the tournament. So Shen will be the last ban, another pocket pick there from Nameless. Of course, with the teleport changes, we have seen that Shen rising in priority, so that one's not going to be available here either. We'll see what these teams want to grab for their solo lanes.
And I like that Shen ban because with the Morgana Q, with the lockdown potential that they have for Team Ambition, you take away the Shen that uses that ult to, provide that shielding, provide the cover. You take that away, then it becomes more and more difficult and actually more and more pressing that you don't get locked down, which they could use to their advantage as they also pick up the Ornn for Nameless. And I like that pick. I like being able to build a front line, build some beef, build some tank, because the last thing you want to do is to allow that Jinx to, get caught out. If you put some beef boys around her, she has an opportunity to lay down some damage and be able to get through this fight.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be seeing beefy boys on both sides with the Scion pick locked in here for Team Ambition. Definitely lots of health stack and lots of tanks up there in the top side. For Nameless, it is a little bit of extra scaling as well, of course, with the ornaments coming in later on in the game. But that's going to be a very, very tanky matchup up there on the top side. Both these melees just looking to stack up health and play for the team fights. I'm expecting scaling mid laners out of both sides here. Victor for Team Ambition is going to make a lot of sense with the new first strike changes. Victor can really be abuse his range early on in the game. And so I like that combination up with this scaling Caitlyn for that double scaling carry composition.
Lindor, in this situation, I like to see, maybe what if they go with the Syndra? What if Nameless picks their Syndra and uses it against them? It might be interesting. It may not be the most favorable matchup, but like you said, you're wanting to see, some scaling. Oh, here we go with the Xerath. I love this. I love that you're going to have now Jinx and Xerath in the back line, and you've got the Beef Boys in front being able to block off. I love this pick.
Yeah, I think that the Xerath is something that Detention has played fairly frequently with this team. We were sitting in on some of their scrims a few days ago, and we watched Detention able to pilot this to some success. Definitely provides a lot of long-range poke, which can be pretty helpful in terms of trying to clear out vision and face check areas where you don't necessarily want to be checking with your face. So I think the Xerath can provide a lot of that for the team. And, some long range damage to go up with that Jinx, I think, is very important for this team. Obviously, the Jarvan, Leona, Ornn is kind of like a pseudo triple front line, and then they've got these two carries to stand in the back and dish out the damage.
I have to agree with you, and I love what we're seeing out of this match. It's not like we're going to try to play to one condition right now. I feel like you got the tanks that are going to be battling it out. You have the mid laners that are going to put out a lot of damage. And these bot lanes are also going to be battling it out. We may not see a team fight till much later, just because I feel like this might be a situation where the CS difference doesn't really uptick until maybe a jungler gets involved. But this is going to be very interesting, especially when we get to the team fights. There's so much lockdown potential. There's so much stuns. There's so many things that are going to be thrown out there. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch this, Lindor.
Absolutely. And one thing that we're definitely going to have to keep track of here through the early stages, especially, is going to be this Olaf. It's a champion that can, yeah, fair enough, can just power farm through the early stages, right? Can just kind of do their best to farm as fast as possible, hit those level spikes, hit those item spikes as quickly as they can. But it's also something that can get involved in the early game as well. There's lots of lanes here that have some gank potential, namely the Morgana Caitlyn, as you said, Brankles in that bot lane can really provide a lot of good gank assist. So for this Olaf, it might be a full clear into a bot side gank, try to get things snowballing there. And I think if he can find a lead, the things that this Olaf can do against this composition are very, very scary. There's not a lot of damage coming out from Nameless. And when that Olaf puts his R on and runs into your backline, there is absolutely no stopping him. So it's just going to be a matter of trying to get this Olaf ahead through the early game. We know that Team Ambition like to play that skirmish heavy style. So I'm going to be looking for them to continue to do that here for this one.
And you're right about the Olaf, especially when you see a team that is a lot of tank and you got the two damage dealers from behind. I'm expecting that, with this Olaf, they're going to try to build and try to get to that back line as fast as they can and do as much damage. He may not live through some of these fights, but if he can get at least maybe the Jinx or kill off the Xerath, that's going to do them wonders, because it's going to be very difficult, especially for any of these guys to replicate that damage. You're not expecting the Ornn to carry these damage fights. You're not expecting Leona or J4, right? If Jinx or Xerath goes down because of that Olaf, that makes it very dangerous, because Scion, despite him being this massive tank boy, he could do a lot of damage himself. And we've seen that throughout League history. And Victor, if he gets that Chaos Storm off, that's just going to spell doom for this team if their damage dealers are taken out from behind.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing to go along with that is the control that Team Ambition do have with this composition. You think about the Caitlyn traps, the Morgana Q, even the Victor field that he can put out there. They can control corridors insanely well with this composition. Face checking into this comp is so scary for Nameless. So especially around these objective controls points around the bot side river, the top side river, depending on what objective is up. It's going to be very important to see which team can take control of the area first, and then try to get a pick or find something like that to get the fight started off.
And Lindor, when you look at this team comp though, I've just got this sneaky feeling that this is going to come down to who has that last team fight. I don't necessarily feel like there's going to be a huge potential for like a backdoor unless Olaf is building that way and goes, if they go to the top side or bot side. But I got this feeling that this is going to be a fight where, hey, they fought a dragon and whoever comes out, looking the best, they may have an opportunity to win this matchup. I feel like this is going to be kind of a down to the wire game.
Could be a team fight diff. We'll have to see when we load onto the Rift. We're seeing something similar out of Nameless here today as we saw yesterday. They're wanting to weather that early game storm, try to get some items on their carry, and really take it to them once we get to the team fights. We'll see if Team Ambition can start the snowball early on, or if Nameless will weather the storm and try to win. We'll see what happens when we'll be right back.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift, everybody, as we are just going to get some action right off the Z-score. Face check in the bot lane, gonna find a party, and that's not a party you wanted to attend, Frankles.
Lindor, you said it from the beginning. This is the team that you don't want to face check in any bushes. We weren't expecting that 45 seconds in, as we already got ourselves a game pause. Whew, that feels tilting.
Yeah, an unfortunate start there for Z-Score. I mean, we can look at the silver lining there. He didn't waste any summoner spells. It's just the support going down. Unfortunately, the kill did go on to Caitlyn, but, it's a good start from Team Ambition, especially for this team, like we were saying. They want to snowball this early game. They want to get their Olaf ahead, because when this Olaf gets ahead, gets a Morgana shield on his head, and runs into your backline. He is going to be so scary. So that will really be the name of the game.
Well, right now, looking at it, we've got, well, Chocomint, he's going to be in there for ADC for Team Ambition. Yeah, what a great start for the Caitlyn, though.
Yeah, definitely a good start for Team Ambition. We are going to see that Caitlyn able to get a recall off as well early on in this one. Grabs that second longsword, even an extra health pot here to boot. So the sustain here for Choco Mint Ice is going to be feeling very nice. We do have a little bit of information here on both sides as we do see some deep wards coming in. Red team is going to see the Olaf starting on his blue buff, and Luckman will not be spotted on his red, but a blue buff on, or sorry, a ward on the blue buff is going to mean Ambition should know he's starting on the top side.
And that's the big thing, Lindor, is that Vision's going to be very important in this matchup, as Decoy is going to be, fighting a little bit with Dopamine Tracker. Half health there for detention. That's not how you want to start off in this match. But Lindor, the last thing you want to do is to allow, let's say, Team Ambition to snowball, especially with Vision. Because the last, if Anticipation figures out where exactly Luckman is at, that's going to spell doom, because then he can be like, all right, I have time to get into a long team fight, because he's not going to be in place to help fight off.
Luckman could be looking for an early gank attempt here. Nem is going to go and ward that bush, but going to find himself knocked up. EQ from Luckman is going to find a little bit of CC, going to get the flash out of the Team Ambition mid laner, but no follow-up to be had there. Nice early first punch there from Luckman. We'll get a summoner spell out from the enemy mid.
And that's going to be great for Nameless to get back into those fights, because now Nem9's not going to have that flash to use later on. Who knows? If he gets stunned by detention, that's going to be an easy kill if Luckman's in the area, because he can flag drag his way in.
Absolutely, and Brankles, you already brought this up a little bit, looking for Anticipation to try and get in Luckman's face. He's doing it already here on the Krug. Luckman is going to have to flash away. Chokies over the wall. Nice little flash binding. Luckman finds himself with a gray screen early on in this one, and this spells disaster for the Nameless jungler. He only has 2 camps to his name, getting pushed off of his Gromp. Anticipation now is going to steal this blue buff as well, and Luckman just has nowhere to go.
And we were calling it. Last thing you're going to want to do is to get caught out by Chucky's Q, especially with a Morgana Q. And that was set up beautifully for Anticipation. Anticipation was just there at the right time, came together, and they got the kill. I got to tell you, Glacial Augment on Morgana is also pretty disgusting.
Brankles, you might say he anticipated that play, but, you never know. Nonetheless.
Lindor, the puns are the lowest form of humor, in my opinion.
Whoa, come on now. Give me a little credit. Anyway, Luckman has managed to get back out on the map. He's not going to be feeling too good about this start, but lucky for him, he has managed to find himself a Scuttle Crab, so he'll grab that one up and hopefully look to get involved in these lanes. As we do know, Victor is flashless right now. Is Z-Score actually going to sidestep a binding? Might look for an engage himself, but the Black Shield's still available, and Z-Score just gets it turned right back around on him, goes down for the second time.
Nameless right now is just playing desperate. They're saying, we need to get back into this game. They were both half health. There is no necessary reason to get back into that, especially like you said, they have Black Shield. They have traps, they have snares, they have lockdown. You don't need to do that. Play your game, try to build a CS lead if you can. Get to a team fight. You don't want them snowballing to the point where, oh man, they've already taken 5 towers. Maybe we can team fight now? They need to slow it down, take a deep breath. Whoever's the shot caller for this team needs to step back and tell the team, hey, calm down. We still got this. Whoever the team leader is needs to do that right now.
Absolutely, might be a time just to take a breath, make sure that they can settle down here a little bit, like you say, Brankles. They do have the scaling options on their side. They do have a team composition, like we've seen throughout this tournament, that just needs to get to that mid-late game power spike. So far, like you say, not faring too well, but it is only 3 kills. Yes, it's a 2,000 gold lead, but for a team that wants to be snowballing this early game, it's a good start for Team Ambition, but they're going to want to keep pushing this, keep trying to get this advantage and grow it bigger and bigger.
And you don't want to get complacent. Anticipation's got a really good CS lead right now, as it looks like Lockman's coming down.
Luckman has a tempo advantage here. It does look like Anticipation wants to follow, but going to be a little bit slow on the follow-up. Stun's going to go down onto the Caitlyn, but Choco Mix with a nice little Caitlyn combo there. Just going to turn it back around, and again, this bot lane of Chokies and Choco Mint just stand tall. Z-Score now and Sahid are in a world of pain. Anticipation comes forward. Flash Q. Axes come down. Sahid will die. Z-Score will be next, and it's another 3 kills right over into the pockets of Team Ambition.
Team Ambition's now 6-0. Choco Mint is 4-0-1 on this Caitlyn. Anticipation's 2-0-2 and was down there once again. Great job by Team Ambition's bot lane for not panicking. They did a great job.
Detention? Not quite going to find it. The flash Q is just going to go wide. No. Nice sign step there from Nem, and now the Scion train comes in, bops him up, takes him down.
That's just heartbreaking. You feel like Detention's like, oh, I can get this kill. I can set this up. You know, maybe this will get back us into the game a little bit. And then Decoy comes down as Scion from out of nowhere. It hits them, knocks them up. And it just starts to snowball, like you said. This is almost a 5,000 gold lead, and we're not even 7 minutes into this match.
Yeah, the pain train don't stop. Brankel's dopamine tracker going to find himself between a Scion and an Olaf, trying to run himself away towards this top side. The slow's not going to tag him, so he will be able to get away for the time being. But dopamine tracker, really the only member here of Nameless who's been able to fare even evenly through this early game. Bot lane now, it is Choki's going quite low, so he'd want to try and step forward here. Stopwatch will buy another second, but the traps are down. They should be able to turn it around. They do grab the kill, so he's now in a 1v1 with Choco Mint. Not a 1v1 that he wins. He's excited. He's trying to limp away, and will be able to do exactly that. 1-for-1 trade, but a nice little punch back there as they try to get some gold onto their AD carry.
Sure, I mean, you got that one kill, but the person that they wanted to kill in that matchup is Choco Mint Ice. He still has a 500 gold bounty, and that's really spelling dangerous because he's going to go back eventually. He's going to grab some more items. And the kill, though, was put on Z-Score. That's not who you want to have for Nameless to get that kill. But like you said, it's nice to get onto the board finally. Despite the fact that it's 8-1, they just need to slow it down. Try to make Team Ambition play to them. Don't try to force team fights, because we're already learning that Anticipation is doing a great job of getting to the fights, setting it up nicely. They just need to, like I said, calm it down, take a deep breath, try to play to the late game.
They do, but it's starting to feel like it's a little bit too late already, honestly, Brankles. It's a 5k gold lead 8 minutes in. It is Team Ambition on this Rift Herald. They know that they can balloon that gold lead with this Shelly, try to break down some of those plates and continue growing this lead. If we look at some of the gold leads already, we look at the jungle matchup, it's already 1,500 gold in favor of Anticipation. In the mid lane, 500 gold to the victor. Sure, not too much, but still a hefty chunk there. And looking at the bot lane, 2,000 gold is Choco Mint's lead right now. So just across the board, Team Ambition have full control of this game. They're going to be able to make this rotation to the top side here with their bot laners, put the Herald down, and with Anticipation here, grab the first tower and continue to grab plates, continue to grow this lead.
And that's frustrating for Dopamine Tracker, because he had a CS lead, but he gets pushed off because now that the bot laners are up here, you can't get into a team fight. You're just a tank. The last thing you can do is dive in and give them another kill, right? Especially to Choco Mint Ice. So right now, Dopamine Tracker, he's going to have to try to see if he can stop this Rift Herald from taking a chunk out of the tower, which he does. But here's the thing for Nameless. They were up there, I don't know how long. They didn't get a lot out of that, though.
Luckman wants to try and find a fight here, but just eats so much damage. Ace in the hole from the backside as well. Bullet to the back of the head. Luckman. His screen's gray for the third time, and things here for Nameless are starting to fall apart. They tried to trade for a plate in the bot side, but couldn't even get that. They tried to make a play onto what they thought was a lone victor, but that gets turned around on them as well. And things just continue to come up Ambition here. They have a stranglehold on this game, not even 10 minutes in.
And the big thing, Lindor, is if you take a look at the mini-map, if I could circle, look how many of the wards are placed by Team Ambition. They have so many wards placed that they can easily get around this map and not have to worry. They're not getting caught out in the fog of war. Whereas with Nameless, where's your vision at? Where are you going to be able to see these teams come out of the jungle and surprise you? And that's the problem is we saw it. When Decoy did it, there was no ward to hide off that.
Oh, they want to look for a fight here, Brankles. Chalky's going to find himself picked off just a little bit. This Wrath ultimate over the top is not going to find its mark, and now Dopamine Tracker might be in for a world of hurt. Luckman has already fallen. Z-Score has to burn his flash, but Decoy flashes right after Choco Mint fearlessly in the front side, putting out the damage here as well. Z-Score does have a nice little blast cone there, but Anticipation, he's got his flash, and he wants to continue the Olaf train. He's going to run forward, grab a Q. Couple more autos will do it. Nice little stun actually will come through, but the axe will finish it off, and Sahid has nothing to say about it. Another 2 kills into the pockets of Team Ambition.
Lindor, Chocoman Ice is at 6-0-2. Anticipation's at 4-0-2. They have thousands of gold lead above Nameless right now, especially what's very difficult when you try to say like, hey, they can get back into this game because it's an 8,000 gold lead right now.
Yeah.
Items are going to start to come on. And when you see, there we go, Gore Drinker on Anticipation, that's just more sustainability in these fights. And I think that's a Gale Force on Chocomet Ice. How are you going to lock him down? If he uses the Gale Force to get out and then uses his Caliber Net to get out as well, that's just even harder to lock him down.
Yeah.
So now,
an item completed, sorry to interrupt there, Brinkles, for 4 of the 5 members so far here for Team Ambition. We have a couple parts coming through here. Sahid is getting relatively close to finishing his option there, but otherwise, things are not looking too good. And like you say, normally we want to look for a situation where Nameless can find a way back into this game. How can they claw their way back in? And right now, it's not a matter of whether they can make their way back in. It's a matter of whether Team Ambition are going to make a mistake and hand the game back over to them.
And that right there, Z-Score goes in. He's not even level 6 yet. So you can't get into those team fights. So now you have to run away from Anticipation. Anticipation just throws the Q, throws the axe, and that's a lot of damage already placed onto the quote-unquote tank. So that's the big thing. Your tanks aren't necessarily being able to play tanks because there's so much damage coming out of Team Ambition.
Yeah, absolutely true. Z-Score has now hit level 6, so that's going to be a nice little power boost for him with that ultimate now available. But I mean, the siege in the mid lane has been going on here for Team Ambition for a couple of minutes, and it just feels like there's nothing that Nameless can do, right? Maybe they can look for a pick down here in the bot side. They are going to find Nemesis out. There's a lot of CC chaining here. Z-Score will be able to keep him in place for his 80 carry to dish out the damage. Now they're going to try to engage in the mid lane here as well, but this is 4 versus 3. Nameless, why do you choose to go for this fight? They're just going to get it turned on them once again. That was a 4 versus 3, and it's a 3 for 0 that comes up. Yes, the victor gets traded cross map, but the tower will now fall, and that's just going to mean that the pick in the bot side means absolutely diddly here for Nameless.
And that's the thing. You get one play, but now they're pushing down that mid lane. The biggest problem that I have with that team fight, Lindor, is that, cool, you got the pick in the bot lane. Back off a little bit, force their hand, because if you can, sustain the fight, hold them off a little bit, then your bot side has time to, take some more plates. But as soon as they went in, and then Dopamine, called on the Ram, Decoy just had to simply knock him up, so he didn't get a chance to use it. They didn't even get a kill for it, and that's just very frustrating for, for Nameless, because how do you get back into this fight? You have to find your ways to win these team fights, and you just don't have the damage to do so.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Brankles. Just not choosing their times correctly there, right? Yeah, there was a great job getting that pick out on the bot side there. I think it was creative pathing from Z-Score predicting that Nem was going to walk through that bush there. It's actually, you might have some action in the top side jungle here. Luckman finds himself found out. Look at the damage from this Victor. He's just got no chance, get knocked out immediately. And we see the enemy AD carry here, detention, unload all his spells in Anticipation, just shrug it off like it's nothing. This game is just being absolutely blown out of proportion here for Team Ambition. They can just smack them with their wallets at every turn at this point, it feels like.
It is a 11,000 gold lead, Lindor. That is where we're at, as we have a game pause right now. Lindor, actually, we're right back into it now, but Lindor, that's 11,000. There's no coding that. It's very difficult to find a way to get back into this match. When the Victor, and put in perspective, Victor is only 1-1-2. He was 0-1-2 before he got that kill. He's doing that much damage, and he doesn't have the leads like Anticipation and Chocoman Ice. That's what tells you where the state of the game is right now for them.
Yeah, absolutely true. A little bit of a spectator delay there as we do have to compensate for the pause, but looks like we are back into the action. Like you say, yeah, he's only 1-1-2, right? Has that Luden's Tempest, and most of his advantage is that CS lead, right, that he's garnered for himself. And like you say, he's definitely not the strongest member by far. Might even be the weakest member other than the Morgana, and still able to just absolutely destroy people. Yeah, so Dopamine Tracker was down here. He was clearing some waves. Now he's going to be running for the hills and will eventually be taken out. Like you say, Brenkles, there just doesn't really feel like a way that Nameless can be proactive in this match and try to turn it back in their favor. They're really just waiting for Team Ambition to maybe get a little cocky, maybe just play a little bit too loose, go for an ill-advised tower dive, something like that, and try to hand some of these shutdowns back over to the side of Nameless.
And this is the complete opposite from day one for Nameless. You know, you felt like, hey, you know, they were in it for some of those matchups. Maybe they, you know, with game 1 they threw, game 2 was a coin flip. You know, there's not a coin flip in this one. You know, that coin is made of lead, and it's at the bottom of the sea right now. And it's just going to be more and more frustrating for Nameless to get back into it. You're down 16-2 in kills. It is a 12,000 gold difference. Who do you look upon on Nameless to get you back into this game? You know, the Jinx doesn't have a lot of damage right now. J4 is 0-6-0, unfortunately, and that's not going to lead you to anything right now. It's very frustrating, especially if you feel like you had a shot in the early game, but that all went downhill as soon as Z-Score died.
Yep, and it's seeming like Team Ambition here understands exactly how they can accelerate this game too. It started with that first blood that we saw Z-Score going down in the bot lane very, very early on in this game, and it just feels like they've never stopped. They've been able to accrue advantages after advantages, continue to balloon their gold lead, and now it feels like they know exactly what they need to do to end this game. Nemesis in the top side might be getting caught out again, but look at this! He just turns it back around again. This is just constant from the Team Ambition squad. Is not quite going to have the damage off. Will in fact go down. Z-Score grabbing his second kill of the game. Unfortunately, 60% of Nameless's kills are on the support, so even if you wanted to find a way back in this, it's not looking too good. Oh, the nice net from Choco Mint escapes that one as well.
What's funny is that Nemesis got into that 2v1, and what was Anticipation doing? Was able to get the dragon, and they're now on Soul Point. That's the thing, is like, you feel with Nameless, oh man, we got a kill. We got something down. Yeah, but Team Ambition was able to pick up a dragon, and they're on Soul Point. It's almost like you take one step, and Team Ambition's now in a car driving past you. It's very hard to get back into these matchups. And like you said, they're hoping for, hey, maybe they make a massive mistake. Because right now, it's very difficult to see them coming back into this game when it's we're almost to a 13,000 gold lead deficit.
It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. At this point, it's not even one mistake that's going to have to change this game. It's going to be a couple mistakes, because even if they die once, give a couple of these shutdowns over, it's still not even a close game, and they just have so many tools available here at their disposal to continue to put down the pressure. With the control they have over the map right now, with the vision control that they've sustained, with the push that they can constantly exert on all three lanes, they can really just shut Nameless out of the game completely, keep them in their base, keep them only farming the waves that come into them, and don't give them anything else. And it's just, honestly, it's just impossible for Nameless to try and climb their way back into this one from this point. So it's basically just going to be us waiting for Ambition to continue to take the base down, to continue to pick apart Nameless here. And for Nameless, I think it's a matter of, okay, maybe we came up against a team here who's better than us. That's okay. We need to reset. We've got 2 more games today that are very, very important. They can't let this game get to their heads. They can't let it shake their confidence. They need to continue moving forward.
And taking a look at the scoreboard, Lindor, every team on Team Ambition has a kill. You know, when Shookie's got his kill, that felt like the team manager at the end of a basketball game that you throw out there, because it... Wow, oh my goodness, Anticipation! That man has a family! Stop! That was... he threw out his axe, and I think he used Gore Drinker once, and did a lot of damage in that fight.
Or Drinker plus E almost chunked attention completely out of that one. They now are going to use this man advantage to start chucking things down in the mid lane. Remember, Brankles, Baron hasn't even started, so they're just sieging this one up before that's even on the map. Looks like they want to try and break this inhibitor out as well. Choco Mint continuing to pepper it with some of those auto attacks. Now the combo's coming through. Choco Mint steps forward. He's got a shield on him. Not able to finish off the damage, though. Now he's got the fancy feet, dodging away from all the arcane blasts. Chokies tanks up the Super Mega Death Rocket. This team is just firing on all cylinders, it feels like.
Yeez was like, hey, I'll just take that rocket right to the face, and it didn't do a lot of damage. And what's very interesting in this fight, though, in this match, is that Shookie's on this Morgana it's not necessarily building straight AP. But he hit one of his Qs and threw down his AoE and had half-health Luckman. That tells you a lot about what's going on for Team Ambition. And the damage is coming out of the support is just added bonus. And they're able to, right now they're already setting up for Baron. They're going for it.
They are indeed 21 minutes in, not even, and this Baron is already down to half HP. It looks like Luckman and Z-Score are in the area, but the rest of the team here for Nameless scrambling across the map. It's a late teleport, but now the fight's going to be starting already. Luckman having to use his EQ defensively. Dopamine Tracker has arrived, but the carries aren't even here, and Nameless just don't seem to be on the same page at all in this game. That's going to be Z-Score going down. Baron now started back up, but the rest of the team might still want to try and filter in here. I feel like if they give up this Baron, it is 100% the final nail in the coffin. Luckman maybe going for a steal, going to EQ forward. They've got the Ornhorn in here as well, but it's just not going to find anything. Nemesis able to zone them out completely with the Gravity Well. And the damage here is just completely negligible.
With the Chaos Storm.
There it is, gonna take out Dopamine Tracker. That's the tankiest member of Nameless, and he just gets absolutely shredded. Baron now down to 3k HP. Luckman wanting to step forward, wanting to flag and drag into the pit, but he's only got 100 HP, and now he's got 0. Sahid will be traded the same, and the Baron will go down. 3 in the Death Chamber for about 20 plus seconds. 5 versus 2 on the map. Dragon Soul available here in about 13 seconds. Do they want to go for the push now and win the game? Z-Score, okay, turning that one around, grabbing himself the 3rd kill of the game, but Victor will grab his counterpart. Detention gets taken out, and now Brankles, I think it's all over but the crying.
Well, Lindor, earlier you were saying that this was the final nail in the coffin if they got that Baron. It wasn't the nail in the coffin. They were just throwing dirt on top of the casket. It's rough. This is the type of game that we're not even going to look at the footage. We're, just delete the VODs, get rid of all of it. You don't want to go back to this one because it's going to leave a bad taste in your mouth. When your support, Z-Score, on Leona has 3 kills, and that's 75% of your kills in this game. That is disaster.
Yeah, it feels like they're playing with their food here a little bit. Sahid is going to grab one. He's going to get excited, get some Jinx resets here, but I don't think that they have what it takes to really get the chase down here. They have managed to keep their base alive for the time being, but with Dragon Soul on the map, with Baron buff all ready to go, it feels like a formality at this point.
I got a little bit of a trivia question for you, Lindor. Where is 100% of this of the kills for Nameless right now?
Where is 100% of the kills?
Yeah, it's all in the bot lane.
Oh, yeah, it is. You're right.
There's been no production from the top, mid, or jungle. In fact, jungle has 8 deaths, and anticipation is 8-0 and 5. That is as one-sided as you can get.
Yeah, and games like this, League of Legends in general, when you snowball a game like this, you can really make your opponents look silly at times. And honestly, the skill difference between these teams probably isn't that great. It looks like in this game, like Team Ambition is just absolutely slamming them. And they are. But sometimes games go like this. They get that first blood, they just snowball that through the game, and there's just really nothing that Nameless could do. Unfortunately for them in this game. They are still alive, they're still trying to keep things up, they're trying to scale, they're trying to farm up, but I think they know that it's gonna take a miracle at this point for them to come back.
Yeah, like you said, it's gonna have to take a cataclysmic
This
loss.
could be the fight here, Brankles, the final one to end it all. Ornhorn is called in the backside. There's a Zerath ult firing off, but the health bars are looking very, very low for the side of Nameless. Z-Score standing tall in the fight. Sahid actually kiting this out very, very well, trying to chip away a decoy, but the flash forward from Nemesis, the laser finishes him off. Luckman will be dying for the 9th time, I think, once they grab this chase down, and the Nexus will be falling shortly after. Detention is the last man standing. They want to pad the stats. They want to grab one more. The Haymaker, the Peacemaker rather, goes wide, and Detention will live. But the Nexus, I do not think, will be long for this world. Team Ambition, with a very convincing win here for their 3rd game of Proving Grounds.
Hats off to Team Ambition. What can you say? They started off with that early kill. They played to their strengths throughout that whole match. And you got to give it to Anticipation. You played a champion that normally it's like, oh, early game and that's it. And he played the early game as perfectly as you can do it. Came out of the jungle numerous times to get kills. Came in through the clutch to help set up. Even Decoy on Scion came to the mid lane and got a kill on Detention. That tells you that that team is firing it on all cylinders, but also the synergy to be able to call those plays. Because of how bad would that be if Anticipation got locked down by Z-Score, for example, and died? Well, you're like, well, all right, now we're going to have to hope for like the mid game and maybe late game if you have early deaths. But Anticipation, 9-0-7, Chuckleman Ice, 9-0-11. Both those guys combined just laid out so much damage that, Nameless didn't have any hopes, especially in the late game. And we say late game, and normally that's like 35 minutes. Late game to us was, hey, Barons were already up, and we're down 16-3.
Yeah, it wasn't even really a late game, to be honest. We got to 25 minutes, and then the game ended. I like that you call out Anticipation there, because he definitely performed well in that game, but I do want to give a shout-out to the Team Ambition bot lane, who I think played exceptionally through this game. And without them creating some of the plays that they did in the bot side, I don't think Anticipation would have been able to run away with this game as much as he did. We look back to when the game was in a relatively even state. We had a Jarvan gank into the bot side, and Choco, Mint, Ice, and Chookies were able to kite that fight out for 10 or 15 seconds, not dying, turning damage back around, kiting it out perfectly. They knew that Anticipation was on the way down, and when he arrives, they turn it around. I think they got a 3-for-1 in that fight, and it was all because that they were able to kite out the gank so exceptionally well. So definitely hats off to Anticipation, and, nice little assist there for their bot lane, performing exceptionally well here in this one.
Linder, I also think that for Nameless going forward, maybe put Luckman on tank duty. When he played the Jarvan, he had less damage in that match than Z-Score on Leona. And I know it's like, well, they snowballed and you get frustrated and everything, but do something different. Maybe go with a different game plan. Because what we saw is that your front line wasn't a front line or a factor in this match. Team Ambition played great. As you were saying, the bot lane, they had the stuns, they had the shielding, they had the lockdown, and they had the ganks. Luckman came down a couple of times, and we saw what happened when he messed up or there was not that communication or on the same page, and Team Ambition punished them. And it just snowballed more and more. It was 8-1. That was when Nameless got their first kill, and they called out Nemesis 9 in the bot lane, but immediately Nameless followed that up with going into a 4v3, and all of them got wiped out.
Yeah, a lot going wrong.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead, Wrinkles.
Oh, that's what I was saying. Is like a lot going wrong, and it's frustrating as a team because what can you do? And that's where you start to become more desperate. More and more mistakes are being made. They just, hey, take a deep breath. Maybe go outside.
Yeah, here's what you do, Wrinkles. Exactly. Yeah, not a lot going well for you in that game. Probably a lot to look back on and be like, oh, well, we did that poorly. We did this poorly. Don't even bother. Completely forget about that game. Maybe, go outside. Take a couple breaths. Try to literally delete it from your memory. This game did not happen if you are Nameless randoms. Take it out. Completely forget about it. Reset your mental for this next game because they have 2 more very important matches heading forward. They are now 1-2 heading through the rest of this tournament. They have 2 more games to prove themselves. They have to win those final 2 games. So we'll have to see how they can fare in those two. We are going to take a little step back here while we wait for the second game of the day. It might be a little while, maybe 20 or 30 minutes. We'll have to see. I know that there is some downtime for the team to do some prep and things like that in between. But before we do go, I want to give a big shout out to Ambition. Congratulations for them getting their second win. And Brankles, give me an MVP for this game.
Right. I'm actually going to give my MVP to Shookies.
Okay, I like it.
Because, well, Anticipation had a great game. Shook 'em in ice, great game. But Shookies had pinpoint perfection on the shielding, the lockdowns. And at one point, we were seeing him doing more frontlining than the Nameless randoms. He was taking the rockets. He was taking the damage. And putting Glacial Augment on the Morgana, that's just a beautiful chef's kiss to the world of supports. Because think about it, now you're slowed. You're taking more and more damage. You're an easier target because of the Glacial Augment.
Yep. It also reduces damage, kind of like a mini exhaust there when you're standing on the slow field. So definitely something that we like to see out of those supports. Congratulations to Team Ambition for Nameless. Go get that reset. We'll see you on the Rift fairly soon. For those watching, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a little bit for Game 2 of the Proving Ground Circuit Qualifier.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2022 Proving Ground Circuit Qualifier. My name is Lyndon. I am here with Orion here to bring you Game 2 of this day. We've got Nameless randoms sitting at 1 and 2 now. They're going to be taking on their opponents in No Ace, also at 1 and 2. And Orion, both these squads have something to prove heading into their fourth game.
Yes, for sure. It's a game, make or break game for both teams here being at 1 and 2. You have to go 3 and 2 in this tournament to move on to the next step of the proving grounds. So must win game for both teams.
Absolutely, and both of these teams having faced off against Verity Esports in their first couple of games, that was the win that both of these sides have gotten. So they seem to be fairly evenly matched considering their game records to this point, and we'll have to see how they do face off. This game is so important for both of these squads. Like you say, Orion, they need to win their last 2 games to keep these Proving Grounds hopes alive. So the stakes are very high headed into this one.
Yes, absolutely. And even though this tournament does have a point system where every win does get you 5 points, you have to get up to 15 points to move into the proving grounds. But if you only get the 2 wins or just the 1 win, you still get those points added to your next proving ground. So every win is extremely important going towards the next couple of stages of the open qualifiers.
Absolutely, it sure is. For those of you that don't know, there are 32 teams in this tournament. Right now, after 3 games of play, we have 4 teams sitting still at 3 and 0. That means there are 4 teams who unfortunately have been saddled with 3 losses and are out of the contention for Proving Grounds qualifications. But these 2 teams, their hopes are still alive, sitting at 1 and 2. We are just waiting for a couple ready checks here, but Orion, before we do head into draft, what are some things you're looking for here, specifically for the drafting stage for these teams?
I'm really excited to see how Nameless Randoms actually bounces back from the last game. If you were here for the last game, you saw it wasn't quite a great game for Nameless Randoms. A couple of mistakes in the beginning of the game just really snowballed to their defeat. So I really want to see how their mental is doing and what if the draft is like, if it's any kind of different of a change. Personally, I don't think draft should change too much. I feel like it was more of just like trying to fix those couple of snowballs and going into the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen very similar drafts out of Nameless so far through this tournament. They're very comfortable picking the Jinx, of course, for Sahed down in the bot side. He's looked very comfortable on that champion. And for the most part, they're just trying to play that late game scaling composition. Let the Jinx scale up, get to 3 items. They're usually drafting some engage tools to go along with it. And they just try to kind of weather the early game storm, not trying to do anything too crazy on their side. And they trust in their team fighting ability to get them through the later game stages.
Yes, for sure. Definitely Jinx has been a pretty prominent pick for Nameless Randoms, but they are on blue side for the first time this game, so maybe
True.
they might switch it up with the Caitlyn pick, which has been receiving a lot of first picks on the blue side.
Yeah, Caitlyn has been first picked in all 3 of the games that we have had the pleasure of casting so far through this tournament. And like you say, Nameless, I think they'll be pretty glad to switch things up and go over to that blue side. Might be able to get their hands on the Caitlyn. Might be able to even pull off some tricky things in draft where they ban away the Caitlyn and make No Ace decide, do we ban away the Jinx? Do we leave the Jinx up for the first pick? There's some interesting things that can happen here as it does shake out.
Yes, absolutely. That's one of the benefits of being on the blue side. You kind of get to control the beginning stages of the drafts. Where you can choose to go what direction you want to go with, and the enemy team has to respond to what you choose. So definitely glad to see Nameless Randoms doing a little bit of a draft difference in terms of starting on the blue, since they have been red for their first 3 games. So excited to see what they ended up going with on their first couple of picks.
Absolutely. And speaking of that 80 carry priority, something that we've seen paired up with these 80 carries is the Morgana, something that, specifically with the Caitlyn, I guess, something that provides a lot of shields, a lot of peels, can provide a ton of utility, and really just bolsters that Caitlyn's early game power even more, right? So I think that if we do see this Caitlyn coming out, Morgana is another thing to watch for through these drafts.
Yes, Caitlyn Morgana is a very nasty combo. We have the Caitlyn trap into Morgana's snare, leading up to about a good 3 to 4 seconds of solid CC. So definitely a very prominent lane that we can just continuously snowball if it gets rolling so far ahead. As we saw last game with Nameless Randoms, they just couldn't control the Caitlyn and Morgana. They destroyed all 3 of the early game towers and was able to just snowball their goldie to a point where no matter what Nameless Randoms did, the game was ultimately over.
Yeah, absolutely. Would like to see them stabilize in the early game just a little bit more here in this game. We are jumping into the pick and bans now. The first ban on your table is actually going to be the Caitlyn. So it does look like Nameless wanting to go for a little bit of a different approach here in the draft when they are on the blue side.
Yeah, it could just be a comfort thing. Maybe they feel like they don't think Caitlyn is that good of a pick, or they just think that their AD carry just doesn't want to play the Caitlyn. So in that instance, you can easily just ban it away and hope for the fact that you can still get a strong AD carry as well.
Absolutely. We're seeing the Zoe hit the ban table again, something that we've seen teams want to take away from detention, so no surprise there. Some early game skirmishing and some early game power getting taken away here as well with the Lee Sin hitting the ban table. And Orion, we've seen Zoe and Lulu banned away from the Nameless squad. I think at least 2 of the 3 games we've seen so far this week. So definitely these teams have done their homework and they know that this Lulu can be something very, very powerful in the hands of the Nameless support.
Yes, Lulu as an Enchantress support has been a very prominent pick. She's probably one of the better Enchantress supports for just like the pure lane dominance and the scaling that she can provide for the Jinx and the hyper scaling AD carries. The Zoe is just a straight target ban for detention. He considers himself probably the best Zoe in an A, so definitely like to see that ban coming for against Nameless randoms.
And curiously enough, it's the double 80 carry ban coming out for the Nameless randoms. They're going to hit Jinx onto the ban table as well, meaning we're going to get to see something very unique out of this game. Jhin, of course, is still available. He's kind of the third champion that completes that trifecta of powerful 80 carries in the current meta. But Nameless, they want to grab Trundle up for themselves. This is something that can potentially flex into jungle or top, and something that with the new lethal tempo changes has a very, very powerful place in the meta right now as well.
Yes, for sure. And we do see the Jarvan and the Ziggs kind of an answer to it, where Ziggs has his satchel, can get away from Trundle Pillar pretty relatively easily, and Jarvan doesn't really have too much of a problem with Trundle because he can just fly or drag away after the pillar is used.
Yep.
So definitely pretty good solid picks to come after. But I'm curious why the Trundle first pick, because it's not champion that I've seen be pretty prominent early on in the draft. They probably just think they wanted to go ahead and secure the Trundle pick, that way they can just move on with the rest of their picks.
Yeah, I agree. I think most of the power in that Trundle first pick is probably more in the idea that it is flexible, so maybe not wanting to show too much of their hand there. They are, however, going to be grabbing the Vayne here for themselves, something that has been flourishing in solo queue, right? Has been doing quite well lately, and especially when when partnered up with these enchanters like Karma.
Yeah, Karma Vayne. Vayne is a AD carry. It's pretty short range, so Ziggs will out naturally just be able to throw bombs and push the lane pretty easily into Vayne. But adding the Karma here will give that extra advantage to the Vayne, so that way she can be able to still hit the minions and dodge out with the movement speed that Karma gives with her shield, while still being able to pressure Ziggs and get decent autos off.
Absolutely. No Ace on the other side have locked in this Poppy. That could technically go jungle, but with the Jarvan locked in, we are expecting that to go into the top side. So just a safe comfort blind pick there for them. And we are going to head into the second phases of bans. Neither team has a mid laner yet. No Aces with no support and no mid laner likely here. So we'll see where they do want to go for. Vex is the first to hit the ban table through the second phase. Let's see what Nameless want to be getting out of the game here.
I do like the Poppy pick here for the red side, because they have Jarvan, they have enemy team is Vayne, so whenever Poppy throws up her W, it basically allows Vayne, she can't actually queue out of Poppy, and you can throw the Jarvan ulti on top of the Cataclysm, so Vayne will not have too much mobility if she is stuck in those predicaments. So pretty good Poppy pick. It's also a good takeaway for the side of blue, for the side of Nameless randoms, because if you have Poppy into Jarvan, Jarvan can't actually flag and drag either. So definitely, I like the Poppy pick a lot.
All right, something to watch for as we do head in. It is going to be double mid lane bans here for No Ace. Vex and Orianna going to be taken away. Something that they're leaving up here, though, is something that Nameless have had success on in this tournament, and that's the top lane Shen. We've seen this go up in priority with the teleport changes, and it's been banned against them fairly often. They did pilot it incredibly well in their first game, which was unfortunately a loss, but I still think it's something that they can find a lot of success on here.
Yeah, Shen could actually be really good pick here, because it's not only is the self peel with Stand United landing on top of the Vayne, but you have the shield, and just it allows the Vayne to play a lot more aggressively into this game and not have to worry so much about the Jarvan and the Poppy just sticking on top of her, because that's really where Shen wants to be. Shen wants to be on top of the carry, protecting her with his W and the ultimate, and just allowing the Vayne just to pop off.
Wow, no ace though. They see some lack of long range coming out so far from the Nameless comp, and they're going to look for some zone control here in the Vagar. I think that's probably going to be a mid lane pick. Is that right, Ryan? Is that what you'd think too?
Yes, most likely. Vagar is most likely here just so we can throw up the cage and secure the area. That way, it's going to be so hard for Vayne to enter because you have
Yeah.
Ziggs, you have Vagar. Ziggs
Mhm.
most likely going into the bot lane role here. It's pretty common for Ziggs to go in the bot lane role, most likely. But I guess there could be a technical swap, but most likely Ziggs in the bot lane for sure.
And this is a different look here from Nameless. Gwen going to be going into the top side. We haven't really seen Dopamine Tracker on something that has carry capabilities up in the top side yet. So now maybe looking to put some carry pants on here. I like the Gwen pick. I think that the W can really negate a lot of the long range damage that we're seeing out from the side of no aces. And depending on what that... Oh, hang on a second, Orion. What's going on here? We got a Cho'Gath
So,
now.
so this could mean that Gwen goes into the mid lane.
Mhm.
And Shogath and actually to go into the top lane. Shogath could actually go mid and build a little bit more AP with Everfrost and do a decent amount of damage, but it really just depends on where because Gwen and Shogath can go both top and mid respectively. So excited to see. Personally, I would like to see Detention's hands on the Gwen because he's had some really stellar games so far. So if he's able to get his hands on that type of champion, he could really pop off. But if it doesn't go into the top lane, he does get the Cho'Gath. He can still do it. He can still have a fairly decent game, but that's my personal opinion.
All right, yeah, we will have to see how it shakes out. Very unique draft here from the Nameless Randoms. Not something that we've seen them pull out here before. And one thing I'm a little bit concerned about looking at this team composition, Orion, is they have 3 melees and a Vayne, who is very low range, into a Ziggs, a Vagar, and a Jace. That is a lot of long-range poke that no ace are going to be able to use here to keep them at arm's length, keep that damage coming out before they can even try to get an engagement on them.
Yeah, Vayne might have a hard time this game if the Jace, Veigar, or Ziggs are able to actually land that poke, but they do have Karma Shield, they do have Trundle Pillar, so there are ways for Nameless Randoms to enter those choke points, but you're exactly right. Veigar Cage, along with Jarvan Cataclysm, it's going to be really hard for them to enter. That's why they probably picked the choke app, that they can have someone
Right.
to walk forward and
Mhm.
try to soak up that damage for the Vayne, so she doesn't necessarily had to take that damage, but hopefully Vayne will be building shield for this game, so she'll have
Mhm.
the built-in lifesteal, she'll have the
Yep.
built-in shield on top of Karma Shield. So we'll have to wait and see how it plays out.
Could also be a wits end game for the Vayne. We have seen that one get nerfed a couple times here, but into the Vagar and the Ziggs, I think it could be faring quite well in this one. The double defensive options for the Vayne, I think, is always a good look, especially in a composition like this, where it feels like, you know, you've got the Karma trying to protect you, and the rest of the champs in your team are really stepping forward, trying to tank the damage for you, and you're going to be the main damage dealer for the team.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious on the side of no ace on where exactly the Poppy and the Vagar and the Ziggs are actually going to be laning.
True.
We could see an instance where Ziggs and Vagar could both be in the bottom lane, and Jace could go mid, and Poppy could go top,
Hmm.
which could be a very interesting just poke lane for the side of no ace. That because Vayne and Karma are Vayne's very short range, so if she does continuously get pokes out by the Ziggs and the Vagar, it can be a troublesome lane.
And I think you're exactly right. Looking at the client draft here, I'm stumbling over my words a little bit. It is the Jace in the mid lane, Poppy heading to the top side, Jarvan, of course, in the jungle, which means it's going to be Ziggs Vagar bot lane. This double AP composition down here is going to be really putting down the long range poke and the long range pain.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how that lane actually plays out. I don't think I've ever seen it personally,
Yeah.
but I'm really curious to see if it is actually good into this Vayne Karma because Vayne can't actually walk through Vagar Cage, and then after Vagar Cage, there's going to be the Satchel Bomb and the landmine that Ziggs places down as well. So Vayne might have a hard time actually moving through
Yeah.
this lane.
Even if they put Vayne in the middle of the baby cage, they can use that satchel to kind of blow her into one of the sides. So I definitely like the idea here from the no ace bot lane. I think it's a little bit, ingenuitive for themselves to bring something a little bit unique out here in the bot lane in this scenario. Looking at these team compositions as a whole, I know we've talked a lot about both of them, with the Vayne kind of being the main damage, and then the other side looking for this kind of more intricate poke composition. Is there one side that you give the edge here to Orion heading into this game?
I think Nameless Random's composition is a lot more conventional. You have just a front line, you have a hyper scaling AD carry, and you also have Gwen that can do a lot of damage with the tempo
Yeah.
change
Mhm.
as well. But I'm also very curious to see how No Aces comp does funnel with each other because they do have a lot of just one particular area that they like to control with Vagar Cage, Jarvan Cage, Poppy W. So it's like it's going to be really hard for Nameless Randoms to maneuver these team fights from time to time, because most of the movement abilities that Vayne and Gwen rely on are these very short dashes. So if they're not able to actually efficiently dash back and forth and manipulate these team fights the way they want to, it can be a hard game for Nameless Randoms. So I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, with that in mind, we'll have to keep our eyes on Toppo, who's going to be piloting this Poppy in the top lane. Going to be very important for him to try and get on top of this Vayne and prevent her from kiting the fights out. Because like you say, if you can stop Sajid from getting those rolls, getting those Vayne Qs off in fights, it becomes so much more difficult for a Vayne to kite out the fights and maneuver like you're saying. So definitely some tools available on both sides. I think that if the setup is there first from No Ace, if they can set up vision control around an objective and then use those tools like you were talking about to really secure that area, that's going to be where they're going to find the most success in this one.
Absolutely, and that's where we see the common theme of prepping for dragons and prepping for these early Rift Heralds and Barons is going to be really, really important. We need to see which team is able to get the vision and just get the proper setup to where, because if No Ace gets the proper setup, it's going to be really hard for Vayne, Gwen to just enter those choke points, because Vagar Cage, Jarvan Cataclysm, they can just AoE and really ruin your day on the side of Nameless Randoms.
Absolutely. All right, well, we're getting a little bit of a different look here out of Detention and the rest of the Nameless Randoms. The spectator delay has just about a minute left on it, so we're going to be loading onto Summoner's Rift in just a second. This is a must-win game for these squads, so don't go anywhere. We got some intense action coming up. We'll be right back. The teams are ready for Game 4 of Proving Grounds. A must-win scenario here, both for the Nameless Randoms and for No Ace, looking to keep their Proving Grounds hopes alive. My name is Lindor. I am here with Orion, and oh baby, do we have an intense matchup for you here.
Yes, we do have a very intense matchup. We have a pretty conventional draft for the side of Nameless Randoms, and we have a pretty unconventional draft in terms of the bot lane for the side of No Ace. So excited to see how this one plays out. The one thing I am noticing for the side of Nameless Randoms is they do have a bit of a hard time engaging. Their only really engaged tools, they have Trundle Pillar, they have Karma Speed Up, and they have the Cho'Gath Knock Up. So unless those abilities are actually landing, then it's going to be really hard to walk through the amount of zone control that No Ace actually has in these team fights.
Yeah, that's so important. I mean, generally against these sort of poke-heavy compositions that we're seeing here with the Ziggs, the Jace, and even the Veigar a little bit, what you want to draft against these is hard engage, so that when they try to set up for a fight and try to hit you with all that poke before the engagement really does start, you can pull the trigger with the flick of your finger and get on that backline and get those snap engages. This team, like you say, Nameless not really having any of those tools, so we'll have to see how they do pilot it, and if they can maybe take advantage of the early game here, and then use that to try and find their way into the fights that way.
Yes, for sure. I do like the bottom cheese early from the side of Nameless Randoms. I do like the fact that they tried to make some kind of an early advantage because, you know, Veigar, Ziggs, they do rely on their long cooldowns at the beginning of the game to be pretty efficient. But as this lane continues, we will start to see Ziggs and Veigar just continuously chunk out those abilities and try to get a good push onto the Vayne, so that way she can't actually do much in this lane.
Absolutely, we are seeing a little bit of a unique path here for Luckman, opting to not go for the full clear on this Trundle, instead just going for a traditional buff Gromp, buff 3 camp clear, and wants to try and get things done on the bot side here. Does have some pings going down into that bot side. It does look like Sahed and Z-Score have pushed the wave up, so I'm not sure there's an angle here though for a gank into the bot side.
Definitely not an angle, but there is a possibility that if they want to push into the bottom blue side of Jarvan's jungle, because Trundle's already heading that way. So if we get a lane push here and they can back up the Trundle, we could see the early power of the Trundle with PTA.
Here's the combo that we wanted to see, the baby cage into the satchel charge, but the W has not been leveled yet here from Omnix. So we're just going to see Zahid dodging out on a couple of those skill shots. Like you say, Luckman still in the area here, maybe wanting to get an aggressive invade in, but at this point, I think he's just kind of waiting for the scuttle to spawn, grab that one up, and then probably head back into his jungle. We may see the junglers converge here, though.
Trundle does have Smite, Jarvan does not have Smite, so it could be a pretty big issue, but it looks like the Scuttle is pathing away from the Trundle, so it'll be really hard for him to get here.
Yeah, mid lane push goes in the hand of Big Head, but we do have bot lane priority here for Nameless. That is going to be the Scuttle grabbed up for Kitso, and he's got the flag and drag to just get out of town. He'll scoop up that little mini objective, I guess, in the early game and feel pretty good about that one.
Yes, absolutely. And that's actually a really big secure because Nameless Randoms had the push in bot lane. So normally you would think that the push it inherently brings the Scuttle Crab control. But in this case, Scuttle Crab, Jarvan was able to get there early enough that he could push.
Z-Score is finding himself in a little bit of a tough situation in that baby cage, able to dodge out with the fancy footwork there, and able to put a little bit of damage back. This bot lane has
top lane.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be Topo with a nice little charge, actually, turning it back around onto Luckman. Dodges out from the knockup as well. Well piloted there, as now it's a cross-map play, Kitsu into the bot side. Z-Score with the dodge with the flash, but now Sahid going forward, not going to be able to grab the first blood. Kitsu with the flash, flag, and drag will grab his team the first kill of the game. He'll finish off Sahid too, and 2 kills into the pockets of the No-Ace jungler.
Nice job by Kitsuo there, pathing down into the bottom side, getting a double kill there for the Ziggs and the Veigar there. Top lane is getting pushed in for Poppy, so this is a little bit troublesome here. He is a higher level, but he is a lot lower than Cho'Gath because Cho'Gath can heal up with his passive, so Poppy's lane is in a pretty rough spot here.
Absolutely. Dopamine Tracker, you can see him just every time he kills a minion here, the passive pops, gets a little bit of a heal, gets a little bit of mana return as well. And Topo definitely doesn't have the sustain to keep up in this lane, so he's forced with a little bit of a dilemma here. He has to make a decision. Does he let Dopamine Tracker grab the freeze and recall, or is he going to try and risk pushing it out? Looks like he's forced, actually, to just back right on off. Will recall back to base and have to deal with this freeze when he comes back.
Yes, we do see Z-Score and Detention pushing up into Jarvan's jungle, trying to lay down a little bit of vision here, which is pretty good. I'm going to do... Oh, sorry, Z-Score and Luckman. Detention was mid lane. But still, laying down the vision, they knew that Dopamine Tracker had the push. Really good job by them. They could make a play on Big Head, but it looks like he's most likely just going to be safe enough to where he could just use his acceleration gate and walk away.
Yeah, potential 3-man gank here, unless Big Head does go aggressive onto Detention, like you said. Don't really think there's an angle here, but they are going to look for it. Pillar could be good, is going to block him off. They're going to force the flash out, but Luckman, level 4 means he can't really go too much further into that dive. Does just have to try and get back into his jungle, but does get the flash out of the enemy mid laner.
Yes, really good use. Really good job by Detention, telling his teammates that he was going to hit 6 really soon. That way he could apply the slow with his needles. That way Turtle Pillar could get in range and actually force a flasher. But we do see level 5 till level 4 here.
Yeah, Luckman has to be a little bit careful. He's going to get the flag and drag onto him. Has the flash over the wall to escape for the time being. No flash to follow from Kitsu. It means that he will survive. But Luckman kind of not look too hot in this matchup, honestly. Down a level, down a bunch of CS, and of course those 2 kills for Jarvan are going to be accelerating him as well.
Oh, absolutely. And we do see the early Tiamat for the Jarvan, which means he's going to have an increased clear speed, the ability to AoE all of the camps that he does. And it's probably going to result in an early Dragon being able to push Luckman out of the jungle. And Luckman doesn't have a whole lot of camps to clear here. He's got his top side spawning, but he looks like he's pathing actually down so that he can clear most of his camps all the way up into where Rift Herald spawns in a minute time.
Yeah, it looks like the bot lane here for No Ace has found, you know, a way to grab a bit of XP. They've lowered the cooldowns on those skills like you mentioned earlier and are trying to do their best to now get the shove. With the priority that they have garnered, it is, like you say, that first dragon going over to Kitsuo and the rest of No Aces. And they've managed to garner themselves a little bit of an early game lead here through the couple of kills and now that dragon under their belt as well.
Absolutely, and Jarvan should be able to translate a lot of the early lead that he has into these laners. That's what he really wants to do. He doesn't want to just keep his gold to himself. He wants to try to take his power and apply it to his laners as much as he possibly can.
Definitely needs to look to do that. Jarvan on his own, while he can be an effective diver, is definitely not the type of champion to solo carry games. So like you say, wants to try and use this advantage that he has to give his laners an equal advantage of their own so that they can really become the carries when it comes to the later stages of the game. For now, it is Big Head doing a nice job in the mid lane, using that range advantage for himself to garner a bit of a CS lead here. And we look at the bot lane, it is actually Sahed doing a good job down here, has a CS lead for himself, trying to scale up on this Vayne.
Yeah, we definitely see the 2 lane matchups to where bot lane had the early gank from the Jarvan, but Vayne was still able to get enough of an early lead due to the fact that they didn't have to leash early on for the Luckman. They are looking for a play mid.
Yeah, Dopamine Tracker is here on the flank. The ult is back up for Detention. Nice baby cage to buy a little bit of time, but Big Head with no flash will be going down here. Nameless able to equalize the kill score, and Detention finally able to punish his enemy laner.
Yes, really good roam timer there from Dopamine Tracker. Had his lane decently pushed up so that way he knew he had a timer and he could make a play. Zekor could get popped out here.
Yeah, the punch back here from Topo, the flag and drag, the CC chain. They are going to find the enemy support, and now it looks like they want to continue the chase down here. Dopamine Tracker is going to have a nice little pillar there from Luckman to get him out safely. But once again, it's Nameless with the first punch. The punch back, though, is going to come true for No Ace.
Yeah, it's just a little slow on Z-scores in. We already saw Dopamine Tracker and Luckman walking towards the top side of the map, but Z-score was like 5 seconds late, so they knew Dopamine Tracker and Luckman would not be there to help the Karma and just one-shot her.
Absolutely. Looking back in on this bot lane, it is kind of Sahed and Omnix going head-to-head here for the time being. The supports looking like they want to get out on the map, get some stuff done. It is going to be 7 Joss able to assist Kitsu and to grab this first Herald of the game. So that's 2 pretty big objectives already on to the team of No Ace.
I'm excited to see what they actually end up using this Rift Herald. Most of the time, you really want to put a lot of pressure on that mid tower, because when mid tower dies, that opens up a lot of the map. Being able to place vision in both bottom quadrants, top and bot. We do have a play on the Ziggs.
Omnix has the flash, but Z-Score is following with a flash of his own. He's got the tether down, and Sahed makes sure he doesn't die to the Mega Inferno Bomb. Uses the flash himself to get out of that one. And it's 2 kills on the main carry here for Nameless. Sahed on the Vayne, feeling pretty good through this one.
Yeah, it's really good kill there for Sahed. And just play on Jace.
Big Head just says, "Get out of my lane, Luckman." But luckily for Luckman, Detention is there to try and turn it back around. Big Head has to burn that flash once again. And they're really taking it too. This mid laner from No Aces. Big Head feeling the pressure for sure.
Yes, very much feeling the pressure, but he still does have a very solid CS lead for him here. So while he is getting a lot of attention, it's not like he's falling behind all that much. In fact, he's probably even ahead. But here's Dopamine.
Wants to join the party once again, is going to take the aggro as they look for the dive. Big Head will go down, but he's able to turn it back around, and it's Kitsuo turning it onto Dopamine Tracker as well. Now we see some supportal combat in the jungle here, but that won't amount to anything. It's a 2-for-1 trade as the botched dive goes the way of No Ace.
Yes, really awkward dive there for Dopamine Tracker, diving without any minions there. So when he approached the tower, we were immediately taking aggro. So tower was able to ramp up there and do a lot, which resulted in 2 kills going over to No Ace.
Yeah, they burnt the flash on Dopamine Tracker as well. They did get the flash out of Big Head and out of Kitsuo, so in terms of summoner spells, it's a positive trade for Nameless. But unfortunately for them, yeah, not exactly the most cleanly executed dive there in the mid lane.
For sure, and we do have a dragon spawning within 35 seconds, so we are probably going to start to see both teams placing vision and trying to get that area prepped as much as they possibly can if they choose to fight for it, which No Ace probably should be looking to fight for it because Veigar's already on the map. He can set up zone control, place down his vision, and get it properly set up for the side of No Ace.
Yeah, we see Joss doing that already, looking to zone Luckman out of the jungle here a little bit, put down some vision for himself, and for the time being, it looks like they have managed to take control of the bottom river area here. Look at Dopamine, though. He's roaming down. He will be the first to this. Topo has TP, but remember, pre-14 minutes, that can only be channeled to towers. Luckman and the rest of the team are here, but they might be found out. Luckman just gonna get taken out. The Shock Blast not even needed. Now Z-Score's in the baby cage. Could be next on the menu. Will, in fact, be exactly that. It takes them another second, but this Jarvan is 6-0. Zahid trying to fight it out. He does have the cleanse, will be able to escape, but 2 in the death chamber now for the side of Nameless means this dragon will be going over to Ace.
Yes, and we do see on full display there the Ziggs into the Veigar combo where you put the Veigar cage right on top of someone and you satchel them into the cage, which will end up stunning you. So Trundle gets popped there without even being able to use his subjugation. This will result in a drag for the side of No Ace, while Gwen does get a little bit of pressure mid, so they don't just get nothing out of it, but definitely a huge loss for the side of Nameless Randoms.
Dragon will go down. They're chipping away at this tower as well. With the Ziggs bomb, they're going to be able to pop that as well. That's a huge infusion of gold. But Luckman maybe wanted to try to find a defense here. The root is down onto Topo, but he does have flash available. 4 members strong here are aces in the bot side. Detention trying to join, but I'm not sure he'll be here in time. And the zone control from Veigar is enough for the squad to escape. So a massive influx of gold there onto No Aces. Big Head even grabbing a plate in the mid lane. It's a 4k gold lead in this one, Orion. It feels like it just swung out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's definitely a little weird roam there for Detention because Jace was allowed to get an extra 320 gold there from the last little bit of tower plates before it despawns because ultimately we have Poppy ulti there, so it's probably not going to result in much of a play there. We do see a play here in top lane.
Yeah, not sure Big Head has the damage to take out Dopamine Tracker here. Detention has
TP.
teleported into the top side, wanting to join, has the ultimate available, wanting to chase down Big Head, who has no flash this time, so this should be Detention grabbing his first kill of the game. It will be exactly that. Snip, snip, cut him up, take him out. Detention's on the board.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to see Gwen getting ahead in this game for the side of Nameless Randoms if you are a No Ace fan, because Gwen, when she gets going, her Herald Miss is super strong.
Oh
with AoE.
no, look at the baby cage. Orion, Z-Score, and Luckman wander into the jungle, but they were not welcome there. Kitsuo and Joss make quick work of them. It's another 2 kills onto Aces, and this is starting to look like a jungle Gapparino. 7-0 on the Jarvan.
Yes, this Jarvan is looking pretty huge here. It basically can go wherever he wants, take any fight that he wants to. And we see right there the zone control of the Jarvan cage with the Veigar cage and the Ziggs ulti, Inferno Bomb right over the top. Like, there's not much these guys can really do about it. The only champion that stands really much of a chance is Gwen if they're standing outside of her Herald Miss due to the fact that she is untouchable. But other than that, most of these champions in the game, like Vayne, and even champions that are super tanky like Cho'Gath, like, it's gonna be hard for them to pilot a lot of these fights if these kinds of fights continue to happen on the side of Nameless Randoms.
Yeah, I mean, that combo, the Jarvan ulti, or even the Veigar cage, like you're saying, into the Ziggs ultimate, just pot right on their heads, nowhere to move. It's so scary. And one thing I want to touch on here, Orion, is the Jarvan build here, because we're seeing Titanic Hydra Divine Sunder is actually, I'll hold that thought for a second, Zahid having to flash out of some danger there, getting baby caged once again. Every time this Veigar E lands on the Vayne, it's at least 1 summoner spell out from the Nameless 80 carry. But what are your thoughts on this Jarvan build, Orion?
Jarvan build right here, you could probably look at it and say it might be a little unconventional, but since he has just so much gold, he's able to build the Titanic Hydra and also have Divine Sundra and just do so much damage with this build. So I'm actually pretty happy to see it. He's not trying to build too tanky too early because he is probably the strongest member on the side of No Ace. We do have a fight mid maybe.
Yeah, Big Head trying to start something off. That's going to be the Ziggs ultimate over the top. Z-Square getting very, very low. The Shock Blast will miss, but Dopamine Tracker in a little bit of trouble. Has to flash himself out of that engagement. There's just so many tools here at the disposal of Aces. They miss one CC. They got another one right there to back it up. They get a couple of flashes, and now the siege can continue in full. They're just pushing down 4 men strong in the mid lane. It's only 16 minutes in, but they know they're strong enough. And now onto this Nexus tower. They still have Shelly in Kitsuo's pocket. Want to continue this push. They might not even need it. They might just break the base here with the Ziggs bomb. They do exactly that, and they will run away, taking their prize.
Yes, absolutely. Ziggs is a tower-destroying machine, not only with his passive auto attacks, but with his Satchel Bomb that can insta-destroy towers once they get below a certain amount of health. So, really good job there by Noace, actually just pushing all the way to the tower. And they did not get the inhib, which is a crucial part, because this early into the game, you're probably most likely not going to end the game before the inhib despawns. Yeah. So, if you do kill the inhib there, you are most likely just giving away free gold to the side of Nameless Randoms, which could be a way for them to get back into this game.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, I'm very impressed with the way that Noasis has been able to accelerate this gold lead. We're looking at a 6k gold lead 17 minutes in the game, and it doesn't feel like they've done anything too special, right? They've just been able to push their advantages when they can, grab kills when they can, and with the use of Shelly, with a couple objectives that they've grabbed up, they're in a commanding lead already in this game. This dragon spawning in 30 seconds is very important here for Nameless. If they can grab this and extend the soul timer, that could be huge for them. Maybe a potential pick-off here for Detention, wanting to look at Deadhead or Big Head, but he's going to miss the ultimate. Doesn't matter. Snip Snip comes down. Will get a crucial pick before this dragon fight, and that should mean that the team can try to pick a fight here or secure the dragon without it.
Yes, really big kill there for the Gwen. She is half HP, and she did also use her ultimate, so she's not particularly strong.
Gwen isn't here, though. They're looking for the fight. Luckman is found out. He's going to get charged into the Cataclysm. Z-Score in the backline just getting absolutely eviscerated as well. Dopamine Tracker, though, still standing tall. Sahid comes out of the exhaust and still has tons of damage. He gets one. Going to be stunned into the wall now, but Topo will not be able to fight this out. He's standing in a 1v3, and Sahid is online, baby. 4-1 on this Vayne now. Dragon will be the prize here for Nameless, and they're trying to claw their way back in this game.
Really important that the Vayne actually was able to survive such a very long time. We do see Jay's TP. They are still looking to challenge this dragon.
Looking for the re-engaged. Dopamine Tracker is going to be able to grab the dragon, or actually Detention is, but Sahid is going to be going down. They trade one back as the Jarvan is here, but Dopamine Tracker and Detention, do they have what it takes to take this 2v2? Looks like Detention is going to opt out. The sacrificial lamb will be Detention, and they do grab the dragon, but it's at the cost of a couple of their kills.
But the really important thing is they did secure the dragon, which means they get an additional 5 extra minutes that they don't have to worry about the soul. So that's a huge kill. And on top of that, Vayne got a 1k shutdown onto the Jarvan, which means Vayne is right back in this game. And we saw last fight how much she was able to do when she wasn't able to get zone controlled and CC'd over and over again. So if she's able to play out these team fights where she doesn't just get one shot by the Veigar and the Ziggs, we will see Vayne just take over these fights.
Yeah, luckily for Sahid and Nameless, it is, of course, 5 kills onto this Vayne, and that is exactly where they want those kills. There's a couple in the pockets of Detention as well. That's going to be feeling pretty good. You talked about the carry potential of this Gwen pick as well. And looking forward at the rest of this game, Sahid will be the main carry for this team. You talked about how he needs to be careful of the baby cages, needs to be careful not to get picked off. I think the main thing for him is when his flash is up, that's when they can take fights, because that's when he's going to have that extra outplay potential to get out of the Cataclysm, to dodge out from being in the baby cage and things like that, and then try to kite things out from there.
Yes, if he's able to have his flash up in team fights, he is able to play a lot more aggressively. What that allows him to do is he's able to basically face tank the front end of all of the initial CC that this team has with Jarvan, Cataclysm, Veigar Cage. And if they use a lot of their cages all at one time, Vayne will be able to take over a lot of this fight. So it's mostly up to Noace to not just use a lot of their initial CCs onto the Vayne, so that way they're able to
fight over the blue buff. Cataclysm is in. That's the hot pot. Ziggs ultimate over the top. Dopamine Tracker taking a chunk of HP. Luckman has to be careful. Sahid on the bot. He's going to grab one, and now he wants to go forward. Big Head is the next target. He'll grab a second, and the 80 carry here from Nameless wants to make a name for himself, showing up here in Game 4.
Perfect example of what I was just talking about.
He wants more.
Oh,
no, he can't.
Potentially. It's going to be kind of hard, though. Maybe he can bait Driving to go in here with Flag and Drag and maybe use the VR Cage. But no, that's nothing. But just like what I was saying, when Driving Cataclysm and Vagar both use their Cage, they don't instantly lock up the Vayne. She will take over a lot of these team fights.
And with 2 in the Death Chamber here, no teleport for Big Head. They're trying to start up the Baron here. It has been started. Teleport in for Omnix is going to mean they're trying to contest this one. Teleport as well, actually behind for Topo. Teleport in for detention as well. This could be a big fight. Jace has not arrived, but some low health bars on the side of Nameless could mean this is dangerous for them. They're going to try and collapse onto Topo. They found him out. They found some CC. The rest of 4 aces want to try and join this fight. Oh, there's the Baby Cage. They found it. They found the angle. They kill one. And now it's an even 4v4. Zahid and the team trying to kite things out. Detention trying to lifesteal off of this Grump, but he's not going to be given the opportunity to go for it. Dunned into the wall, taken out and shut down. Zahid now is the last glimmer of hope for the Nameless Randoms. He's going to grab one. He's autoing over the wall. He's staying alive for the time being. He's going to try and finish off Omnix. He will not do so. He will instead get taken out himself. And it's a massive team fight victory for no aces. They get the TPs into the fight. They find the flank, and Baron will be their reward.
Wow, what a team fight there on the side of both teams, really. We see the Vayne trying to do the best she can, trying to maneuver these fights with such a tight area, but once No Ace is able to get this team into these tight choke points of area, No Ace has a lot more success because it's a lot easier to land those skill shots, land those cages, and Vayne just really can't pilot these fights all super well.
Yeah, I love that call out. The tight corridors of the jungle definitely favor the composition that can really force you into those corridors and then take advantage of that. So really good call out there. It is going to be the Baron over into the hands of No Ace. This dragon, though, is spawning in 45 seconds, and that is going to be the next crucial objective. Still 2 dragons away from their soul are No Ace's. Detention has to be careful here, actually. Using the ultimate to try and spare some things off. Might try and turn this one around himself. He's going to be put into the Baby Cage, slammed into it with the Poppy, and just gets absolutely taken out. The rest of the team has now joined, but it's 4v5 as the first pick does go into the hands of No Ace. Z-Score and Sahid in the back, but it just doesn't matter. Luckman gets absolutely destroyed, even through the Trundle ultimate, and now Sahid will fall, and the team will run for the hills. Baron buffed up, No Aces. They want to try and break down the base, see what they can get here with this push.
Yeah, 20 seconds on the timer for Detention and Luckman, so they might be looking for a potential game over. Shogath might have to go in and just kind of kill himself to clear this wave, because they do have Ziggs, they do have Jace. These towers will die very fast.
They need to try and hold the line, but the line may not be held. Dopamine Tracker will be put in the Death Chamber, and No Aces have their eyes on the prize. They will make no mistake of this one. They'll take down the Nexus, and they will crush Nameless hopes of a Proving Grounds berth. What a game.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough game there on the side of Nameless Randoms. Obviously, the composition was pretty hard to already pilot with the fact that we had the Ziggs, we had the Vagar, so kudos to No Ace actually drafting a composition that played into the things that Nameless Randoms just really couldn't do. But ultimately, we could have had a game-winning team fight there at the end for Nameless Randoms, but Gwen just ended up getting caught out a little bit in the river, and ultimately that was the difference.
Yeah, I mean, Nameless had their moments, right? It wasn't like the first game where they felt like they were just getting slammed, So he tried to put on the carry pants, had a couple fights where he was popping off, but ultimately, you're right. The draft from this No Ace composition was just too much to handle. They had too many answers for what Nameless was trying to do, and ultimately that was the difference, I think, in this game.
Yeah, it was pretty hard for Nameless Randoms to do a lot of piloting in these team fights because we had... we have a short range AD carry that has to get really close to people, which, I mean, when you put a cage up, it's hard for her to actually move, which they were starting to make they were starting to make a comeback in a lot of these team fights because Vayne was able to not get initially cage, but eventually what ended up happening was they made just a couple one too many mistakes where they just went too far forward and just ended up getting caught out.
Yeah, biting off a little bit more than they can chew, and unfortunately they are punished for it here. So Nameless Randoms, unfortunately, your Proving Grounds journey does end here. They do have one more game, though, and like we said at the top of the cast for this game, every win counts. So they need to try and win this last game. If they can get 2 wins and 3 losses, that'll be huge for them going forward in future qualifying rounds. So they need to try and keep their heads up high and try to get that one more dub.
For sure. We do have Proving Grounds. This is a point-based system like we talked about before this game's happened, to where even if you don't get those 3 wins, you will get more points accrued towards the next open qualifier, which, obviously their day is done for Proving Grounds, but getting this next win is really important for still putting your name out there, which is what these players are trying to accomplish.
Absolutely. Well, with that in mind, we will have to take another break as we do wait for the next games. If you do want to catch up on Proving Grounds action, head over to Unified Live or Unified Live 2. They should be broadcasting some of the games that are happening right now, so check those out. Otherwise, we'll be back for the final game of the day. Nameless Randoms try and finish this game with a banger. Let's get a dub to finish things off. We'll be back before too long. We'll see you guys then.
I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too
Welcome back, everybody. We are back for some more League of Legends action. We are jumping straight into draft here for the last game of the day. Nameless Randoms on the blue side, taking on Meme City Esports, who will be on the red side for our final game of the day. My name is Lindor, and I am here with Orion. We are so happy to be bringing you these games today. We've got one more ready. Orion, are you ready?
What?
Are you ready?
I am ready. Hello.
Good. All right, yeah, bans are hitting the table already. Both sides are going to be getting some bans going. Poppy, Caitlyn, Jarvan are going to be the bans for Nameless. On the other side, once again, Zoe taken away from Detention. Viego going to be taken away from Meme City Esports. And they've got one more ban to hit the table before we do get to see what the first pick will be. It's going to be the Jinx. So Jinx and Caitlyn, not going to be the name of the game here for this one.
Yes, it is going to be a little bit of a different game on the side of Nameless Randoms here. We just see both Caitlyn and Jinx off the board, which Sajid has played 4 games of Jinx so far in open qualifier. So excited to see what pick he ends up pulling out here.
Yeah, he's had 3 games of Jinx and 1 of Vayne, but definitely
that's
has
right, my
been
bad.
playing a ton of the Jinx. Won't get to see it here in this one. The Jhin still is open, could be an option, but it does look like Nameless want to go for a skirmish-heavy jungler here once again. Thinking about the Xin Zhao, thinking about the Zac, they are going to be locking in the Trundle again here for their 5th and final game.
Yes, indeed. We do see the Trundle had a little bit of success last game. Not a whole lot as probably as we should have had for Nameless Randoms, but maybe Luckman feels pretty confident going into this one. So we'll have to wait and see how the rest pulls out. Lee Sin is an answer, which is a pretty strong early skirmishing jungler, which in the 1v1 Trundle probably should end up winning it because he can steal the attack damage away from the Lee Sin while gaining some of his own. But Lee Sin can potentially make more plays than the Trundle can with his Flash Kick, Flash Dragon Rage. So we'll have to wait and see how this ends up playing out.
Absolutely. Surprisingly, it's the first Lee Sin we've seen in this tournament. One of the classic junglers that we see in competitive play for the most part, but it is going to be picked up here by Meme City Esports. They're also locking in the Ezreal to go alongside it, so that's going to be a safety pick for them up in the down on the bot side. We'll see if they want to transition towards a strong side team composition here with this in mind, but we'll see how it does shake out. Nameless have responded right away. It's Yasuo Malphite. That's a combo if I've ever seen one.
Yes, they are just looking to go full engage. Malphite comboing over the top with the Yasuo pick here. But we do see the Silas answer. So Silas will be able to steal the Malphite ulti of his own, which does in turn click onto Silas's AP ratios, which will end up doing a lot of damage the more AP this Silas gets.
Yeah, one of those classic counter picks into the Malphite. Obviously, Malphite isn't too abusable through the early game. He can generally just kind of shrug off damage and farm up as best he can and be perfectly fine. But the Silas, stealing that ultimate, that's the one thing that Malphite is, right? He's just a walking ultimate. If you can steal that from him, you even the tables 100%. And if they can get a big Silas Malphite ultimate into the backline, that is absolutely devastating. Second phase of bans coming through here. We are seeing some bot lane focus. Meme City Esports taking away the Kai'Sa, and it looks like Nameless want to try and take away some extra safety here for the Ezreal as well.
Yes, absolutely. We are starting to go down the table in terms of the 80 carry picks. We have 3 banned. Ezra already picked up, so Nameless Randoms is going to have to deviate to their 5th 80 carry on the table. Could look to go to the Vayne from last game. Sajid had a pretty good performance last game on it, so we'll have to wait and see what is that last band, by the way?
Aphelios.
Okay, for some reason it doesn't see on my client. But yeah, so like we said, the 6th 80 carry down the table, which we did have a pretty strong Vayne game from Sajid last game. So interested to see what he ends up choosing to go here.
Yeah, Jhin also available. Something that we've kind of talked about as being up there in that trifecta of very, very strong 80 carries right now. So we'll see if he wants to go for that one. Something that doesn't have much mobility against this composition with the Silas having been able to steal that Malphite ultimate, of course the Lee Sin being able to dive as well. Maybe the Jhin isn't the safest option here, but like you say, his options are being heavily limited. MCE are going to lock in a Taric down here in the bot side for them. This is going to supply their dive with a lot of safety. If they can go forward with the Silas and the Lee Sin, get their damage out, and then get the Taric ultimate down, it's going to be really hard for Nameless to find a way to punch back in these fights.
Yes, this Taric pick is most likely going to end up being pretty crucial for Meme City Esports because Nameless Randoms locked in another heavy dive champion with the Gragas. The Gragas does give Yasuo a bit of leniency in terms of hard committing a lot of these fights. Malphite just wants to go in, tank up a lot of damage as much as possible, and Gragas can just throw his cask and not be as dangerous in terms of like putting himself out there. So, but the Tarek pick coming in does basically say if you don't kill a person within the 2.5 seconds that it takes to channel, it's going to be really hard for Nameless Randoms to end up winning these team fights because once they use all of their tools, they don't have much left.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at this Nameless Random comp, the Talia Gragas to round it out, I'm really unsure where any of these champions are going to be going right now, Orion. There's a few different flex picks here. We could see Yasuo mid lane, could see Yasuo bot lane, could see the Talia in the bot lane, something that has been rising in priority as well. Some of these champions can go in solo lanes as well. The Trundle, of course, can go top, can go jungle. So we'll have to see how it shakes out. I know that I don't know where Nameless is putting these champs, so I don't know if Me City Esports will know either. What they do know is that Gwen will be on their team for this one.
Yes, that is true. Luckily, in terms of when we actually get into the league client, you will get to see where each champion is in that specific lane. After 20 seconds, they're no longer allowed to trade off what they're actually playing for those champions. So Meme City Esports will get some idea, but like you said, these champions do have a lot of leniency in terms of where they're actually looking to go. Like Trundle could be support. Gragas could go support, Talia could go jungle, or in the bot lane, or even in the mid lane. So we have a lot of variancy on the side of Nameless Randoms.
Yeah, very unconventional composition from them. Not really a traditional mid laner in sight, not really a traditional bot laner in sight, not really a traditional support in sight. So definitely going with something unique here for them. We'll have to see how they do want to pilot it. One thing that I do like about this composition for Nameless is I think we've seen them succeed a lot more when they have these engage tools in their toolbox. They've got the Malphite here for the snap engages. They've got the Gragas here as well. And all of it combos with this Yasuo. So I really like the composition they're building here, even if it isn't the most conventional thing ever.
Yes, for sure. Nameless Randoms does have a very good way of just starting fights basically whenever they really want to. But the one thing Meme City Esports, the two things Meme City Esports have going for them is they have the Tarek ultimate and they also have Gwen. Gwen with her Herald Miss, even if one of the engages does happen, if like let's say Talia or if the Gragas is not actually inside of Herald Miss, a lot of that damage will end up being nullified. Obviously, Yasuo and Malphite will be able to get into her Herald Miss, but Gragas and Talia might not be able to. So and then also with the Targ ulti coming over top, they really need to make sure they kill someone within that 2.5 second time frame.
Absolutely. The Cosmic Radiance can be such a powerful tool. And with the Silas stealing away a couple of these crucial engage ultimates, if they can weather the storm of the engagement from Nameless, like you say, they can really just turn it back around just like that. So I like that you call that out. Cosmic Radiance is going to be very, very important. We are getting into the draft here in the client itself, so we're starting to see maybe how this Nameless composition is going to shake out. Right now, it looks like Dopamine Tracker's taking the Yasuo into the top lane, Luckman with the Talia jungle, and that means it's Gragas mid, Malphite, and Trundle in the bot lane. We'll see if they do any trading, but this is seeming very, very curious to me.
Yeah, most likely trading will happen. Ultimately, what's going to end up happening is they will start trading towards the end. That way, the other team just doesn't really quite know where things are going. We already do start to see some trades coming in here. So really just going to see where these champions end up playing. We do see a pretty strong combo potentially with the Gragas and the Yasuo bot lane. A very strong kill lane there. But like you said, the Silas ulti being able to steal a lot of the other team's ultimates. Not only will he have the Malphite ulti to engage, he also has the Gragas ulti. And Gragas ulti is one of the very strong abilities that can be used for engage and disengage at the exact same time if placed properly.
Absolutely. It looked like it is going to be exactly that. The trading has come out here. It's going to be Sahid on the Yasuo, paired up with the Gragas in the bot lane, like you say, Orion. It will actually be Detention taking the Talia into the mid lane, so look for him to get the push on early and try to use that ultimate to influence his side lanes. Luckman back on the Trundle for this one, and Dopamine Tracker on the Malphite, which we've seen before in this tournament, has been a very strong pick for him. Looking to the other side, a little bit more conventional here, right? We've got the Ezreal, the Taric bot lane, something to provide some safety. The Silas in the mid lane, basically just a straight counter pick to that Malphite for later on in the game. And then the Lee Sin Gwen for lots of skirmishing power there as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the really crucial points of this draft is that while Nameless Randoms does have a lot of very quick, snappy engage, Meme City Esports does have the Ezreal and the Gwen pick. So Ezreal, a very safe AD carry that can continuously play aggressively enough that he can just use his shift abilities where he has 2 built-in flashes basically, so that way he can create enough distance from the Yasuo, from the Gragas, that he could just continuously pump out damage. So unless they clock him up and CC chain him until he is dead, it's going to be a pretty hard time for Nameless Randoms to actually end up securing a lot of these kills against this guy.
Yeah, absolutely true. We'll have to see how that does exactly play out in the game. But before we do jump into the game, we didn't get much of a chance to talk about it as we jumped into this one. The draft was just happening so hot and fast. But for those of us who are just joining us for our final game of the day, this is both of these rosters' 5th and final game for the Proving Ground qualifiers round 1. They have both already been saddled with 3 losses, so they are both out of contention for the time being in these qualifiers. However, these games do still matter. How these Proving Ground qualifier tournaments work is there is this first tournament, and then there is a second one. If you don't qualify through the first tournament, you get a chance at a rebirth in the second tournament, and your points from your wins in the first one do go towards that. So while this game isn't necessarily as important as if it was to confirm their entrance into the tournament, it is still very much it matters.
Oh, absolutely, it matters. Well, this is a point-based system here for the open qualifiers into the Proving Grounds. While obviously both these teams aren't quite going to make it into the first Proving Grounds, they still will have more opportunities down the line. So securing these additional 5 points is very important for both these teams.
Absolutely. All right, we are just waiting for a short spectator delay, so we're going to take a step back for a moment, but we'll be right back with the 5th and final game of the day. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift, everybody, for our 5th and final game of the Proving Grounds Circuit qualifiers. My name is Lindor. I am here with Orion, and we've got Nameless and Meme City Esports onto the Rift for our 5th and final game of the day.
Yes, this one's going to end up being probably a pretty hectic, a lot of skirmishing, a lot of pretty big-time ultimates here on the side of Nameless Randoms. We have Malphite ulting in on top of Yasuo with Gragas Cask. So really looking to see how Nameless Randoms is looking to use those ultimates when they hit level 6.
Absolutely, some crucial ultimates, all of them pretty much synergizing with the Yasuo, but oh no, Detention has found himself overextended. The collapse comes through. Meme City are able to even give the kill onto their Ezreal early. Not the start we wanted to see from the randoms here.
Absolutely not. I mean, you could even say that Nameless Randoms just got memed on there by Meme City Esports. But, you know, it's one of the cases where Detention just got a little too greedy, trying to do as much damage to Silas as he possibly could, but, you know, Tarek was able to wrap around with Silas starting his chain there, so he might not have his Q for as early much laning as possible, but getting the kill there is still really, really good. But Detention did not end up using Flash, so it's not like he can be abusable in this lane by any means. So still should be sitting pretty.
Yeah, that's one where Sahid goes, thanks, buddy, and Detention goes, whatever. It doesn't really matter to him, but the Ezreal being ahead is not going to be feeling too good for the bot laners there. We do have junglers starting on opposite sides of the map here. Krakadon starting on his blue buff, wanted to grab his Gromp and then head towards the top side. The opposite being true for Luckman, and I think that this favors the Nameless composition. They want to try and get this Yasuo ahead early because he really is the main reason that they've drafted this composition.
Yeah, absolutely. Yasuo in this lane will be starting Q, so he's able to walk up to the minions and farm pretty decently. Look to see if they make a play here when they hit level 2, because we'll have dash from Gragas and Yasuo.
Yeah, level 2 coming forward. Dude does dodge out from the stun there from the Tark, but not really going to be able to get too much of a trade down there. They do, however, get the shove in, so able to get this one under. Hopefully for them, Caspian will miss a couple of these CS, and it does look like they've been able to at least abuse the early levels of this lane.
For sure, and then we see both junglers now on different sides of the map. Lee Sin going into his top side, which should be seen if he stops by a Raptor camp here. So Nameless will have knowledge of him. That might have saw him. I'm not exactly sure, but they should have a pretty good idea of where he is. So maybe with Detention moving down into the river, they should be able to get a little bit of accomplished here. Might even look for a potential dive.
Yeah, nice little knock-up going to land. It does look like Sahid wants to try and go forward, dodging in and out with the minions there. Now they're going to flash. Z-Score wants to go forward. He's got the Ignite down. Detention is here. But the double flash, as you were saying, from the Ezreal Arcane Shift and the Summoner Spell flash gets them out of there real fast.
Yes, really good job there from Ezreal, being able to use both his Shift and his flash there, making sure he lives. We do see Detention.
Might get found out here. Radar wanted to go forward, gets a ton of damage down, but wanting to turn it around now is Luckman. Radar having to flash himself over the wall. Not quite choosing the opportunity right there. I think that was a smart little wait by Luckman, waiting in the river a second longer and then able to try and collapse onto the mid lane.
Yeah, for sure. Really good punish there. Obviously, Radar knew he would be coming back up that lane so that he could catch back up into the mid lane by Detention. But also, really good job by Luckman securing his mid laner, making sure he didn't take too much damage, and also getting the flash out of Silas.
Absolutely. We're seeing a little bit of a gold lead here, but it is mostly just the first blood gold onto the side of Meme City Esports. And Sahid and Z-Score are continuing to try and put the pressure down in this lane. They know that Lee Sin is on the top of the map, and for the time being, they should be relatively safe. That being said, Krakadon is now looking for his first reset. He's getting back onto the map, should be pathing towards this bot side, and they should try to remain safe for the next 30 seconds to a minute while they know he's down on this side of the map.
Yeah, Lee Sin should be able to exert a lot of pressure here because he has pickaxe and he's on his first base here. He only has the Gromp really to do, so he might end up looking to do a potential early dragon since bot lane does have a huge wave.
Botlane some heavy trading here, but Dopamine Tracker, oh, he's got the flash for the outplay, but Nappy just snips him up, gets the Triumph heal, and walks away. Touch and go there in the top side, but the teleport Ignite for Nappy is the difference maker in the top lane 1v1.
Yes, Ignite difference there for top, but we see a fight bottom.
The action just don't stop, Orion. Detention wanted to join in the bot side here once again. Special K is basically not long for this world, but the chase down onto Caspian will not quite be landing. He has the Arcane Shift available. They will scoop up the support in the end, but it is just the one kill onto your Nameless squad.
Yeah, really good roam there for Detention, using Talia's passive to be able to move around the map a lot easier than a champion like Silas would. While Silas does have TP, we do see the TP change coming in full effect there, not able to answer the roam from Talia there.
And I'm loving the proactivity here from Nameless randoms. They're able to use this Talia in the mid lane to try and exert that pressure into the sides lanes just like we wanted. But now Detention getting engaged on here. Nice slide step onto the chains. Is going to eat some damage from the Lee Sin. The dive will come through after the flash. And a nice little punish there from the mid-jungle duo of Meme City Esports.
Yeah, and there we see the answer from Meme City Esports. We see Krakadon already having that reset, already having that pickaxe. It's a lot of damage there for him. On top of the Silas, already burning the flash from Talia. So really good job there on the side of Meme City Esports to basically say, you make a play bot, we make a play mid.
Absolutely. Punishing Detention a little bit there, overstaying just a bit in the mid lane. But I still do love to see the proactivity, even pre-level 6 for this Talia, as Nappy going top side. Doesn't quite have the damage to complete the dive, but oh no, Luckman's finding himself way out of position here. Just going to get absolutely eviscerated. Bot lane cannot collapse in time, and the 4-man squad of Meme City Esports will capitalize on that mistake from Luckman.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Luckman was trying to accomplish there. It looks like he was trying to maybe play some deep vision and try to completely get a catch out there, but Caspian is caught out.
Is dead. Nice little hex splash over the wall there from Z-Score is going to secure that kill. They're going to give away the dragon here, but at least they do get the punch back on that bottom side. Sahid now 2 kills under his belt, has those Berserker Greaves already, should be feeling very comfortable on this Yasuo.
For sure. We see full on display the body slam and the dash from Yasuo being seen for, because even though the Ezreal does have the shifts and his built-in flash, once he uses those 2 movement abilities, he's just like every other immobile AD carry. So really good punish there from the side of Sajid and Z-Score.
Love to see it. Even a CS advantage to their name in this bot side so far. So Sahid definitely not unfamiliar with this Yasuo champion, although now he has found himself a little bit too far forward. Going to get stunned, but a nice little wind wall is going to prevent most of the follow-up damage from Caspian, and he should be all right here. Just continuing to put the pressure down, continuing to shove this lane in, continuing to try to keep Caspian and Special K on the back foot here.
Yeah, we do see a roam down from Radar and Krakadon. Krakadon is level 6, so we could see a Dragon Rage kick, but Sajid goes in!
Yeah, Sahad goes in. He's going to get exhausted, though, and doesn't have any damage to follow it up. It is going to be Z-Score the first to fall. Flash away from Sahid, wanting to run away, trying to get under this tower. Nice little sidestep there, trying to do it, but they've just got too many tools. They zone him off and take him down. Another couple of kills there for Meme City Esports as they're finally able to find a punch back in the bot lane. Caspian, 2-1-2 now on the Ezreal. Going to be feeling much better now after that.
Yeah, really good job there from Meme City Esports, basically punishing the aggression on the side of Sajid and Z-Score. Z-Score and Sajid just trying to permanently just put as much pressure onto the Caspian and Special K as they can, but they don't really have any vision up the river on the side of Nameless Random, so it's hard for you to play that aggressively without getting punished like that.
Tension now. Getting some aggression of his own, actually turning it back down onto Radar. Luckman is here, nice little pillar to block him off. Now they're going to use the Talia wall. The Weaver's wall is in. Radar's got a heal, he's got a dash over the wall. Z-Score has arrived as well. Is the 3-member squad enough? No, the chains over the wall. Radar with the great escape, doing his nice... Oh no, Krakadon got the kill on the backside. Talia once again has extended too far, and detention will be going down. This is non-stop action, Orion. Z-Score now taking a fight in a 2v1. A stolen ultimate will not be landing, and Radar won't be able to find that one.
Yeah, really well played there from Radar, actually being able to survive that, honestly. I figured, like, if the chain CC was just a little bit better, he probably could have ended up dying there, but still uses his, the second part of his E to pull himself over to the Raptor wall pit, getting enough distance to allow Lee Sin to come in and secure the kill on Talia.
Yeah, not only escaping with his life, but also creating the bait and getting his team to turn it back around there. I wanted to talk a little bit about this bot lane from Sahid and Z-Score, because I really like the aggression that we've seen out of them so far. They just need to make sure that they're tempering that aggression in moments where they could be at risk. Like you say, for that bot lane play just a couple minutes ago, didn't have a lot of vision, didn't see the Sylas or the Lee Sin on the map. They need to respect those timers and make sure that they time their aggression correctly.
Yes, for sure. Definitely, this Yasuo Gragas combo is hitting really close. Gragas is probably really close to level 6 here, so once they get that combination, we'll see probably a lot more aggression from these two, because Gragas can just throw the cask on top of the Ezreal, and then once Ezreal uses his shift, the Yasuo can just E after him and stay in melee range for long enough that he can just end up finishing the kill.
Ultimate's traded in the top side here. Nappy looking for the solo kill, but Dopamine with the defensive ultimate is going to get himself right on out of there. Should be able to pick up this wave under the tower as well fairly effectively. And we're seeing a little bit of a lull state here as both these teams are just going to be waiting for the next dragon to spawn and farming things up for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely see both teams. We're 1 minute and 10 seconds from drag spawning, so we'll start seeing vision placements and just overall trying to secure as much information and knowledge as possible. We do see bot push for Nameless Randoms here. Probably could go into the river, securing the Scuttle Crab here and try to clear as much vision as they possibly can.
Looks like they're going to do exactly that. Scuttle Crab will be grabbed up. They don't have the sweeper to sweep out that bush there, so they have been spotted, but Luckman should be able to pick this one without too much trouble. And now turning attention towards this bot side, they really want to try and get a pick off before this dragon does spawn in 40 seconds. It looks like Krakodon, though, has sniffed this one out. They obviously see Luckman on the ward, and he is pathing his way towards the bot side as well.
Yeah, not a lot of vision for Nameless to place. We see detention here, getting caught out.
No, yeah, he's found himself caught out. Lee Sin kick, Lee Sin Q, Lee Sin W, and he takes him out. Unfortunately for detention, Krakodon saw that play. He read Nameless like a book and just catches the mid laner out while he's trying to make the rotation. Now they're going to continue onto the bot side. Z-Score with a nice ultimate, even sidestepping the Ezreal ult, but he's now very, very low. One more Q will finish him off, and 4 members strong on the bot side here. Meme City Esports, they might want to continue to go for this. Radar and Krakodon looking to corral the enemy bot lane under their tower, wanting to go for the dive. Zahid and Luckman now running for the hills, but they actually have a teleport here to join. This is going to be Dopamine Tracker, but he's ultimately-less for another couple of seconds. They might not be able to find an engagement here. Radar on the run, going towards the enemy jungle on the wrong side of the map, will get taken out. The rest of the team running for the hills. Special K will be able to flash the unstoppable force, and I believe they should escape with their lives here. 1 kill back onto the side of Nameless. They're actually looking for more here. Krakodon going forward. Nice wind wall blocks some of the damage. Detention has now re-arrived into the fight. He spawned, he walked down to the bot lane, and he's able to grab a kill. Special K has no flash. He's ignited, he's running, he's knocked up, and he's taken out. Another kill back into the side of Nameless, and man, these teams are playing loose and fast in this one.
Oh, absolutely. Tons of skirmishing happen back and forth on both sides, but the one thing that is happening is Quinn is still able to be on the top side of the map and gain a lot of CS lead and tower play. We see more kills.
Yeah, Z-Score flashing forward. Caspian is ignited, but has some spells available. Doesn't even have to waste the heal, as now Sahid wants to go forward, but that is an overextension and a half if I've ever seen one. Detention will be next to fall. Z-Score stands alone on the wrong side of the towers, trying to get an execute off, but it's too little too late. And this seems to be a reoccurring issue here with the Nameless random squad, just constantly pressing too far forward, not respecting the punish from the enemy team.
Yeah, definitely just way too far forward there for the side of Nameless Random. Sajid did not have to go for that play. Maybe he thought Ezreal had already healed there, so he could maybe finish him off there. But even if he does, like, we have respawns coming in from Silas and from Tarek that could potentially chase him down. But now we see the side of Meme City Esports being able to place that vision into the bot side of Nameless Random's jungle, and it's going to be hard for them to actually enter those areas without being known by the side of Meme City Esports.
Absolutely true. Lots of vision littered in the jungle. Z-Score trying to clear some of it out now. Should be able to do that, but yeah, look at this. They have control over this entire area of the map. Special K and Krakodon. Nice little duo squad in here. Duo warding squad trying to get some vision down, stealing some camps away, and all in all, just doing what they can to try and accelerate this lead. Krakodon might be in a little bit of trouble here. Has the W safeguard back, has the flash away, but that is actually going to be the cask finding Special K, and Detention will be grabbing his second of the game. Krakodon should be able to walk himself out of this. The rest of the team trying to collapse, but so much mobility on this Lee Sin is going to mean he escapes with his life.
Yeah, so far we've seen from both teams just a little bit over-aggression. Yes, Meme City Esports did have control over that area, but Nameless Randoms chose to send more numbers there than Meme City Esports did and was able to gain back a little bit control of what he did.
Oh, the pillar gets the knock up, but now Sahid doesn't have the damage to go forward. Radar is still very tanky. He's got the heals, and now he's got an ultimate. Oh, it's the unstoppable force from the Silas. They take out 2, and they continue pushing forward. Gwen has joined the fray. Krakodon into the backlines, has the dragon range. He'll kick the Yasuo into the team, but Sahid will flash and dash himself out of there. For the time being, the 3 remaining Nameless members are alive and kicking, but they are very, very low under their tower. Nappy going forward, can't quite finish her off, but the map advantage is going to go to Meme City Esports. 2 for 0 on that trade.
Yeah, once again, we see another kill.
3 for 0.
Krakodon. We see a lot of these early skirmishing champions like the Lee Sin and the Silas starting to really take over this game. Good job of Silas trying to basically stealing Malphite's ulti away from him for a moment and using it against him to get a 2-man knockup, and with Lee Sin coming right over the top to finish a lot more kills there.
Yeah, and this game is moving so fast, Ryan. We haven't really gotten to talk about what the lead is and what that means, but it is a significant lead here. Just about 5,000 gold, actually over 5,000 gold as Dopamine Tracker. Oh man, you're alone. Your whole team's bot side trying to face check. Has the ultimate. Will be surviving for the time being, but the chase is on. Nappy's not quite going to be able to fight.
Yeah, not sure why he's trying to face check there. There's no one really behind him, and even if they are doing the Herald, like if you walk in to face 4 people by yourself, even if you are a Malphite in this game, still most likely going to die, which in this case he had to burn his ultimate, which is a pretty big cooldown for him to have. So he would like to have that as much as possible for engages instead of disengaging, but definitely a mistake on his part.
Yeah, pretty long cooldown on that one, 85 seconds right now. So it will be back up for this dragon that's spawning in a minute and a half, but definitely need to look for Dopamine and the rest of Nameless to be a little bit more cohesive. Try to make sure they're communicating correctly, making sure they're all on the same page for these engagements, because that's something that we've noticed in the last couple of games. They seem to be a little bit desynced in some of these situations.
And we do see a pick onto Nappy with attention here.
Tension wants to try and turn it, has the flash available, but yeah, no, this is just going to be the Talia going down. Wastes the ultimate too. 7 deaths now on detention. After what a performance we saw from him in the first day. Definitely not feeling like the same detention here in day 2.
For sure, definitely a pretty rough game here on attention. I mean, it kind of all started with the first kill where Targ ended up sweeping around him and getting an extra kill to start off the game at like minute 1. But even then, like, Nameless randoms can still get back in this game a little bit if they just start playing a little bit more conservatively and a little bit more as a cohesive unit, because they still have the ball, the wombo combo. They can still make some of these plays, but Meme City Esports is just up so much gold currently that it's going to be pretty hard to do.
Yeah, one thing definitely to look out for this Meme City Esports is actually Z-Score is finding himself caught out. Body slam over the wall should get him to safety for the time being. One thing to consider for this Meme City Esports competition is the Lee Sin and the Sylas do fall off later on in the game. That being said, they have the Gwen and the Ezreal to kind of shore up that late game weakness. 2 of these champs that can scale very, very well into the late game. So there might be maybe like a mid-game spike where actually they're going for a play bot side. Radar is going to get knocked up into the last breath, running for the hills. Nice Everfrost to buy some time. Even has a Grag Assault to provide some room, but no, he landed on the wrong side. Can Z-Score claim the kill? No. The Kingslayer is too much of a heal. Now they're going in. Cosmic Radiance, though, will not be in time. Radar will fall, but now the rest of the team will be in there and vulnerable for the next couple of seconds. The kick into the back, but Dopamine Tracker is here. He's got the ultimate, but Special K has the heal. Stun goes back in as now Nappy joins the fray, looking to chop him up in the backside, and he will do exactly that. Luckman will be the next to fall. Cassian9 stands tall, and that will be another team fight victory into Meme City Esports pockets.
Right there, we see on full display the combination that we can see with Gragas, the Yasuo, and the Malphite coming over the top, which resulted in a couple of kills. But once Gwen and Lee Sin started showing up into the fight, started landing a lot of their abilities, the fight was just over for Nameless randoms.
Absolutely. It started off looking good for them, but the Cosmic Radiance from the Taric was able to buy enough time. The teleports came in, and in a straight-up 5v5, the current game state heavily favors Meme City Esports. They're able to grab the team fight victory. And looking at some item spikes here, Orion, we have 2 items on the Ezreal. That's a very, very impressive spike for him. And Sylas going a little bit more the utility route with this Everfrost means that he can really assist some of these late-game scalers that they have on their side.
Yeah, Ezreal completing Ramana here is pretty important, but you see it fight bottom.
Nappy trying to take the 1v1 against Sahed. It is going to be him taking him down. He dodges away from the tornado, and that means that there is no 1v1 to be had for the Yasuo. Detention also getting caught out here in the top side, and things for Nameless are seeming to go from bad to worse here. Dopamine Tracker on the run, has the Everfrost, has the ultimate if he needs it. Actually wants to go aggressive with it onto Caspian9, who flashes and dashes away. Will get himself out of trouble. Radar now into the fray. Has the Kingslayer, has the heals, has the stolen Malphite ultimate. Luckman, 200 HP. He will be going down. Has the flash. Will actually survive for the time being. The tower will fall instead.
Yeah, we see the 1v1 down there with the Gwen and the Yasuo. Pretty close, actually, even though Yasuo is a little bit behind the Gwen in terms of just raw overall stats. But we also see Detention getting caught out as well. Definitely taking a little bit too many aggressive fights here on the side of Nameless randoms. They just need to really just salvage their losses and try to see if they can get gold if they make mistakes.
They want to keep going for fights, though. Sahed is ulting on with the cask, but they only find on the enemy support. Caspian9 has no flash. He is the next target. The knockup will land, and he will get taken out. Couple crucial pickups here for the Nameless squad. Baron is available. Only 3 members strong are the Meme City Esports team. I'm not sure they have the damage to go for this. Pings are going down. They're heading towards the area.
Yeah, definitely. This could be a situation where Nameless Randoms could potentially farm the side of Meme City Esports, where Nameless Randoms does have the numbers advantage here, and they might not be able to do the Baron specifically, but they want to draw Meme City Esports' attention enough to the Baron where they try to commit for a fight where they don't have all the numbers there.
Radar had the TP, he's into the fray. Stolen Gragas ultimate can provide a lot of damage. That's going to split them up for the time being. Crack it on into the bit, but he's going to get knocked up. He is not going to find the steal. It's the Malphite ultimate that claims the Baron, and now the fight will break out in full. Radar in the front line, still standing tall. They'll take out the Yasuo. The rest of the Nameless squad running for the hills. They want to keep their Baron alive. 3 members strong, running through their blue side jungle. Nappy and Krakadon heavily on the chase, but it does look like they will escape with their prize. Purple buffed up. Nappy, though, not scared of this tower in the slightest. Radar on the flank as well. Krakadon walking right on through. The Nameless will be able to evacuate the premises.
Really good job there by Nameless Randoms actually securing the Baron, even though they had the numbers advantage. Even though they're down so much gold, still able to obtain the Baron, which is going to be a really good influx of gold. Maybe they can start pushing up and start collecting some of these bounty objectives from these towers and start getting a little bit more gold and start coming back in this game slowly.
Absolutely. Starting to take a couple steps in the right direction here, but Luckman is going looking for a party. There are a couple members here. Dopamine Tracker goes into the stopwatch for a second. Radar's able to dash across the pillar. They want to go for the collapse here. They're going to find it onto Radar. Yes, that's the kill. That's the shutdown. It's onto the Malphite, but it's something at least. They continue the chase down, wanting to go onto Nappy. Weaver's Wall is here. They're going to try and cut off the exits, but Cosmic Radiance is going to be down just in time. Nappy is going to have some time bought for him from his support, but it's not enough. A couple ultimates do come out, and he will be falling down. Nameless, once again, with a couple key pickoffs here. They should have control of the map for the next little while.
Yes, really good job there actually by Dopamine Tracker. Actually, he Zonya's the initial Silas ultimate cast, which ended up putting it on cooldown. So Silas never had an ultimate in that fight. So really good job there by Dopamine Tracker canceling that out, which ended up leading to a win on the side of Nameless Randoms.
I was wondering why he cast that, and I'm glad you caught that, because that is actually a really nice interaction. Dopamine Tracker, nice proactive use of that. It actually just went back to base now and is able to buy the full Zonias, so should have that cooldown ready to go for this next fight as well. The 4th dragon of the game has spawned. We have Ocean Soul in this game. 2 dragons on the side of Meme City, 1 on the side of the Randoms. Both teams look to be converging around this area shortly.
Yes, we do start seeing Meme City Esports gaining control over this area, trying to play some vision, which they still do have a gold lead, obviously. Nameless Randoms has been winning some teamfights recently, but the gold is still on the advantage with Meme City Esports, so they should feel pretty confident trying to obtain this dragon. They can pull it out, so that way they don't all just get one shot by the Yasuo Gragas Malphite combo. But that is one thing that can happen here. The combo is pretty strong, and we are looking to fight.
Nameless are here. This is going to be the fight. Dopamine Tracker just gets absolutely obliterated, and now there's no Malphite ultimate to be had. Sahid into the backline is going to take out the Ezreal, or will he? The stolen Malphite ultimate will stop Caspian from falling, and both the carries stand tall for Meme City Esports. Luckman, Detention, and Z-Score are still here, maybe looking for a contention, but it's 3 versus 4. 3 versus 3 now as they find the pick onto the enemy support. Luckman stepping forward will get killed by Caspian, and Radar and Krakadon with the chase down will clean up the fight. It's a clean ace. 2 dead on the side of Meme City, 5 dead on the side of Nameless. Dragon Soul point has been claimed.
Lots of damage on this game so far here. Even though Talia, that start of that fight was 3-9, she one-shot 2 members on the side of Meme City Esports there, both the Gwen and the Taric. And the fight was actually so long, we had one fight at the top of the river and one fight at the bottom of the river.
Yeah, I think that fight was won by the Stolen Silas ultimate, just barely landing onto Sahid before he could get the finishing touches onto Caspian, who had probably less than 100 HP. He was looking very, very worse for wear. From there, he was able to eat a couple of fruits, heal up a little bit, and continue with that long-range Ezreal damage to continue dishing out some damage in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime Silas is able to hijack Malphite's ultimate, he definitely is looking to use it for multiple men engages to combo in with his Ezreal over the top and with the Gwen. Obviously, he used it there just for the self-peel because he wanted to keep his Ezreal alive for as long as he possibly could, which probably ended up turning the team fight over for a win on the side of Meme City Esports there. But you can see how close these team fights are actually getting for the side of Nameless Random, so...
Absolutely. The further we get into this game, the better things can look for them. And when they do find these fights, they're looking for one now. Caspian is going to get into the knock-up Zonias now, as the ultimate from Malphite does come forward. Cosmic Radiance will not be in time. The defensive tools will not be there soon enough. And now Krakodon getting himself found out here as well. Nameless starting to be able to find some footing in this game. Sahid gonna grab some shutdown gold. There are some side lanes getting pushed here for the side of Meme City Esports. Both their solo lanes pushing onto the inhib towers here. But it looks like they're going to send Talia back to base. This 4-man squad are going to continue pushing strong in the mid lane.
Yeah, it really just depends on how much both sides actually end up getting. If Talia is able to hold off this Gwen in the bottom side of the map, Nameless Randoms will be able to get a whole lot more done here. Potentially even Nexus Stars, but they're probably looking to back off here because Malphite has his hijacked ultimate.
Yeah, all right. Inhib has been broken open. Radar fishing forward is going to land the snare with his chains there. Oh no! Z-Score's putting him into his entire team, and the Malphite ultimate will come over the wall to claim the kill. Radar now in the middle of 3 as Special Case trying to join the fray, but that's just one support versus 3 strong members here. Dopamine Tracker is still alive, has his ultimate back available. That's the combo. Last breath onto the Ezreal. Caspian very low, but he's going to get taken out, and it still is going forward. Nappy, though, has arrived. This is an untouched Gwen. He's got the scissors going, and he will slice through the entire Nameless lineup. The tension, though, gotta find a nice little flick back there and rescue the fight for the team.
Man, what a fight. A 4-for-4 fight there. Obviously, the fight starting with Z-Score body slamming over the wall, giving Silas a great position to Malphite ulti Unstoppable Force over on top of them. But it only ended up hitting 2, and importantly, did not actually hit the Yasuo there on the initial engage. So Yasuo was able to do a lot of damage there. Ended up killing 2 to 3 members there by himself with the use of the Malphite ulti of his own teammates onto the Ezreal. And then at the very end there, we see the damage potential of this Talia when she's able to use her rocks with any movement ability that she can create.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage coming out of this Talia. I mean, Lunan's Tempest with just going straight Rabadons after that tier stacking up is probably about as much damage you can get out of a mage at this point in the game. So Detention definitely looking to fulfill that DPS role with this Talia. Looking at the rest of the team, though, it is going to be this Yasuo building up 4 items strong. Is an item ahead of his counterpart here in the Ezreal for the time being, and if he can grab one more item, we'll be completely full build in this, ready to fully run havoc against the enemy squad.
Yes, we are starting to see a lot more of these team fights go the way of Nameless Randoms because they're starting to layer a lot of their engage abilities onto champions that, yes, they do have some survivability, but if they just keep trying and trying and trying, they will eventually land things, and if they can land enough and in the right order, they'll kill anyone on this side of Meme City Esports.
Does look like Meme City Esports are trying to just drop into a 1-3-1 here. Silas in the bot side, Gwen split pushing on the top. It does have teleport available for Nappy, so can join if anything does break out, but it looks like Nameless, they just want to push it 5-man strong into the mid lane. A little bit of a curious tactic here, but they're going to go for the pick off. Radar is going to go into the Zonias for the time being. They get the root up. Look at the Malphite ultimate onto 4, but it just doesn't matter because Radar gets eviscerated. Nappy, though, into the backside, trying to provide some peel here is Z-Score, but he's not going to do it. His mid laner does fall. Yasuo's into the backside. He takes out the carry as Z-Score wins the 1v1 against Nappy. Luckman, Dopamine, and the rest of the team still alive here. Krakodon getting pillared off. He's going to go down. This could be the game, Orion. It will be the game. They've claimed 4, and Nameless will grab their 2nd win of the tournament.
Huge team fight there for Nameless Randoms. Almost a big pickup there on the side of Sajid where Gragas body slammed into Silas, but Sajid did not instantly ultimate so that way he couldn't chain CC the effect that so Silas was able to get his stasis off with his Zanyas, but teamfight ultimately ended up going into the favor on the side of Nameless Randoms there at the very end.
Absolutely. I just cut out there for a second, Orion, but we are good to go at the end of that game. Sorry. Talking about that game, fantastic showing there from Nameless. After a couple rough games to start off the day, able to keep their heads high, and even despite falling behind early in this one, right? It was looking like things were starting to fall apart a little bit for them. They're able to rally together, say, hey, our team composition is going to win a team fight if we find the right angle, and they're able to do exactly that and take home the here of the qualifying tournament.
For sure. We definitely see an instance where basically the entire game, Nameless Randoms was behind in gold. They were probably down at some point. I would say around 6 to 7k gold, definitely at some point throughout this entire game. But as you can see, when they when they were able to chain a lot of their abilities together, and as time kept going on, they were able to just slam all their damage onto these carries and ended up winning the game.
Yeah, trusting the team composition, trusting the process, and able to get the dub. As we do already know, unfortunately for this team, they are knocked out of contention for this tournament. However, with this extra win, they've secured 10 qualifying points moving forward, so that's going to be pretty huge for this squad. Ending at 2-3 is a huge world of difference compared to ending this tournament 1-4.
Yes, for sure. Definitely getting those 10 extra points is pretty crucial for these guys at the end of the game. Ultimately, they do not move on to Proving Grounds, but they will use these 10 points to hopefully get a better advantage for themselves going into the next open qualifiers.
Absolutely. Look out for that one coming soon in the future. We're pretty much done here for the day. That's going to do it for the 2022 Proving Ground Open Qualifiers 1. We will have the second one coming soon, but before we end things for the day, we need one more MVP to be crowned. Orion, final game here for Nameless. They're able to get the dub. Who's your MVP?
MVP this game has to go to Sajid, in my opinion. I feel like obviously Detention did end up doing the most damage for his team, but Sajid was the one actually able to keep his team in the game for most part of that game, while Detention was able to clean up most of those fights with the one-shot combos. But Sajid was able to keep his team relatively through and through, and ultimately was a very big difference maker in this game.
Absolutely. And I would even say that Sahid was the team's MVP for the last couple of days, consistently performing on picks like the Jinx and the Vayne, whipping out something different here in the Yasuo, showing some proficiency on something that isn't necessarily a conventional AD carry. So you like to see some flexibility out of your players like that. And overall, performed very well throughout the tournament. So congratulations to him, MVP here of Game 5. And honestly, congratulations to Nameless, showing up to the Proving Grounds here, their first time in the qualifying tournament. Able to grab 2 wins is definitely nothing to be scoffing about.
Absolutely, definitely nothing to scoff at. I mean, you're going into a tournament where, I mean, you're nameless randoms. No one knows who you even are, but you definitely showed today that you are willing to compete with some of the best players of the North American ladder. And hopefully, the next Open qualifier, nameless randoms can take what they learned from this experience and do even better the next time.
Absolutely. We will keep track of that. So stay tuned to see if we'll be able to be broadcasting that coming in the future. Otherwise, that's going to do it for us here today. Thank you guys for tuning in. Huge shout out to Nameless for fighting hard in this tournament, trying to do what they can, getting 2 dubs, and looking forward towards their future. Also want to shout out Hiccup for the awesome production here today. The guy is a legend, doing a fantastic job. And Orion, thank you for being with me here today. It's been a blast.
It was a very fun time. Glad Nameless and Hiccup gave me this opportunity to be an analyst and a color caster. But, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I can't wait to do it again.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all for joining us this week. We will see you next time. That is going to do it for us here today, but we will be back very soon, so stay tuned. Have a good night, y'all.
Warriors rest beneath the stars. No more we ever speak of fields of reckoning. No voice calling from the dark. Names of gold, forged in wars of old. The memory remains a vision of endless misery. Votes were vows in vain. Sunshine in the house, fortune of the realm. Call on our savior to wipe out all the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lives we swore to hold. For our kingdom glorious. Endless demons found us overnight. Still we're standing, basking in the light. No more we ever speak of fields of reckoning. No voice calling from the dark. Days of old was victorious. The memory remains, worlds falling